the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the blinding sun. All that there is silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light. The darkness can never.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
On. Showdown. Duro. War. Taki. Mako. The hands. Kino. Vista. Makix. Duro. Mako. The hands. Duro. Taki. Vista. Udi. Duro. Taki. Mako. Shulong. On. Udi. Kino. On. Taki. Kino. Udi. The hands.
Need a break from myself. Lazy, cut the ties for my safety. Free from habits that make me leave them all on the shelf. When I close my eyes, I am floating.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 coach comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
Welcome back to the LCP. We find ourselves in week 6 and we are getting to that pointy end of the split carracks. It's pretty exciting now, mate.
Yeah, we've got to really start stratifying this ladder, work out who's making playoffs and where everyone is going to land.
100%. The landing is the most important part. You can take off, but if you don't stick that landing and crash out, too bad, because these are the standings so far. And Team Secret Wales at the tippy top, completely undefeated carracks.
Yeah, and they've sort of fended off their biggest challenges already. So if they can get through tonight, I don't think that loss column's going to change.
Likewise, I agree. Nipping at their heels is SHG, and tied for that position is MVK Esports, the young upstarts, the academy roster who have entered so explosively, followed by Garm, Relove, CFO, Ground Zero, and Detonation Focus Me. But let's check out these player of the matches carracks. So much talent.
Yeah, exactly. We are still sort of starting to get the tie broken. Still a lot of players on 2. I'm watching pretty hard at Harky there in that 3rd slot. I think he might be the one to break away to 3 tonight.
Yeah, and frankly, Eddie and Harky will be a duo to watch. They will be clashing later this evening in the second match. But our first match is a PCS double header. It's Ground Zero Gaming versus CFO. Both of them trying to ensure that they are not caught on the bottom of that ladder come playoffs time. And then our second match tonight, Carracks, why don't you take us through that one a little bit?
Well, it's Team Secret Whales and MVK. As we were saying, Team Secret Whales sit untouched at the top of the ladder, but MVK has been on a run recently, and Vietnamese players know each other very well, but it's Ground Zero Gaming that'll be first off the rank.
Ground Zero Gaming, the BCS boys, the Oceanic sort of, we've adopted them as our own. They're like, yeah, they're as good as Osh. Let's call them our own here, as we do get those players sort of standings here. And we see head coach Skywalk and assistant coach Radis there, who was added to the team just this week. So I'll be looking forward to seeing some new dynamics, some interesting strategies employed there with Yizhang, Husha, Jimian, Shun, and Orca. This is a lineup that they performed admirably in Split 1, but they're struggling to kind of find their feet again here in Split 2, Carrix.
Yeah, and it's going to be a bit of a tricky one because they're up against a CFO that is super resurgent. I need to see Husha and Jimian linking up tonight because I think that's where this team has looked strong.
Yeah, quite frankly, Kino and Pout have been spectacular additions to CTBC Flying Oysters, and we see them here. Rest, Shadow, Pout, Doggo, and Kino is your starting lineup for CFO. And as you say, they're somewhat resurgent. We're seeing sparks of brilliance from Pout and Kino, who, they've been coached by Choi and Bulala, and, the strategy, the think tank, the brains behind the outfit. And I definitely think they've got the good drafts. They've got the good strats. It's sort of coming down to the execution for this one now. But let's take a quick look at tonight's head-to-head matchup for CFO versus GZ. And we've got Husha versus Shadow. Carrix, those numbers, they're really close.
They are, but we have to keep in mind that Shadow got off to a very, very slow start this split and has only been on the up. So those numbers don't necessarily represent where he's really at. I think CFO has been super resurgent these last weeks, and a lot of it has been on the back of Shadow just leveling up his game.
Yeah, look, we talk about it almost every single match, I have to say, is when the jungler links up with that mid laner, magic happens. The ganks, the advantages, the snowball, the opening up of that map. But they will be the duo that we'll be eyes on for here tonight, Carrix. I'm very, very excited to see how, Husha links up with Jimian and Yizhang. And my predictions for tonight, though, it's going to be a bit of a close one, Carrix. 2-1. CFO's favor. What about you, Carrix? You've got some strong feelings there on that one.
Well, I've gone 2-0 to CFO. I think CFO have looked really, really good for the last week or so. In some of the other qualifiers outside of the LCP, they have looked really strong. I think GZ haven't been leveling up as the split's gone on, so I really heavily favor CFO tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always a fan of the underdogs, so I will always say, hey, yep, no worries, I'll give you one game to GZ. And I mean, I got to, out of respect for, the honorary Osh boys, because they're smiling and waving there. So, that's one thing that I love about watching these esports teams, these professional tier 1 gamers, is their mental resilience as well, Carrix, right? You can be beaten and you can be down, but you are definitely not out until that whistle blows, and it is far from blowing just yet. They can still contend and contest. They can still find their way into playoffs. And I have to imagine that's an element of, yep, let's keep strong. Our last game, that's done and dusted. We win the next one, we're in with a shot.
Yeah, exactly. And that is what's always exciting. We've seen some real rallies from underdogs. Just last week, both SoftBank Hawks and Team Secret Whales dropped games when no one expected them to. The LCP always does deliver, and as much as I predicted a CFO 2-0, it wouldn't surprise me to see Ground Zero get up today.
Yeah, and that's just respect to the quality that we have seen come out of a few of these individual Ground Zero players. As we're looking right now, Cam's on Yizhang. It definitely, for me, has to be that sort of standout, spectacular player that has the potential to hard carry GZ to victory time and time again. We've seen him on that Ambessa before, and the rest of the LCP saw that and went, you can never have Ambessa again. It is the single most banned champ against Yizhang, but if he gets his hands on it, Carrix, he can change the game.
Yeah, we will see. Ambessa did cop a pretty heavy nerf on the latest patch. That alt cast time just sort of meant that previously, if someone tried to auto attack a minion, you could just ult them and they couldn't move in time. Now they can. It's still a good champion. It's definitely still playable, but might actually get through the bans now with that lower power level, which may actually end up helping each other.
Yeah, for sure. If you are like these players, some of them have exceptional talent on particular champions, right? Like, yes, you have a range, you have a pool, but sometimes they're standouts on one or two above and beyond the rest. They're good on a lot, but they're great on those couple. And I have to say, I think Izhang is one of those players who is great on Ambessa. So I imagine you could still pilot that if it does get through the bans, as you say. But we also have CFO on the other side here. We've got that Pout, we've got Kino, you know, Doggo finding some form as well, Shadow and Rest in that sort of top jungle area. And I feel like if we can get them on some of their preferred champions, you know, Kino on those engaged champions and Doggo just, you know, following his support, I really think CFO hasn't a strong ability to win through that bot lane.
Oh, 100% they do. Last week, we saw some prime Doggo in that game one. He on Ezreal was just looking like 2025 Doggo all over again. This is the level that this player can get to. We know he can do it. He just has to keep doing it consistently for the rest of this split, and then CFO just has a weapon that really can't be blunted.
Yeah, and especially when he links up with that support, right? Like, I personally feel like Doggo is a very support sort of, he plays around the engages, the initiative of his supports. And I really do think Kino has kind of stepped in and filled that role a lot more than 2274. But as we know, 2274 wasn't as experienced, wasn't as good in practice in the tier 1 scene. So he's back to academy, he's learning, he's improving, he's growing, and maybe learning from Kino, who's showing him how it's done, how to work with these aggressive ADs. But Pout is able to make differences all on his own in that mid lane, Carrix, and it's really impressive to watch.
It totally is. And it's going to be one of those things that GZ has to find an answer to, because I think where GZ have been really strong is Izhang in the top lane. I've sort of been singing his praises all split, saying he was arguably the top three top laners. I think he's fallen from that top slot maybe to the third slot. But if we can just find everything, we can get Izhang on a strong character, if we can maybe get him a counter pick. Rest is still just blind picking this Gnar. Maybe Izhang picks up the Vayne. Maybe that's how GZ can get themselves over the line.
Yeah, 100%. I'm really looking forward to our match one tonight, but it will be right after the Riot Fist Bump.
You feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
欢迎来到 LCP Arena 第6周第1天的赛程，各位，我们终于走到这一刻了。今天的上半场比赛，率先要登场的队伍，他们以上路制霸犀利的风格赢下了他们面对到的每一个对手，准备要进入战场的金队，他们今天将会一剑开天门，他们就是复仇者联盟 GZ。上路一剑，打野护下。中路 Jimmy N， 下路炫，辅助 Orca， 教练 Skywalk。既然提到了复仇者联盟，那当然。他们准备要进场，他曾经是 LCP 联赛的萨诺斯，弹个手指就可以把他们过去的对手全部弹成灰尘。而即将要进场的队伍，他们以 3.0 的姿态越打越好，谷底反弹。他们是中信飞姆利 CFO， 上路 Rest， 打野 Shadow， 中路 Polt， 下路 Dogo， 辅助 Kino。教练 Chowy， 好的，那么我们即将迎来呢 LCP 第6周的终局之战，在电影里面曾经弹一个手，让复仇者联盟灰飞烟灭。但是穿越时空之后，今天的复仇者联盟会斩杀成功吗？终局之战正式开始。
Thank you so much to the amazing host, Tommy, for welcoming both teams into the LCP arena with Shun and Orca picked up as the duo for GZ's 2v2 here tonight, Carrix, and they will be vying for first selection. And against them, CFO's Rest in the top side and Doggo on the bottom. They're opposite sides of the rift. These two never fight together. What is going on?
Again, just seeing who needs a bit of a warm-up, who needs to get their hands ready. They will be the ones to head out onto the Howling Abyss. I love when teams mix it up. Maybe got some fun duos cooked up for this one, but I've got no doubt that it'll be an aggressive one because I'm sure these teams are raring for the real one. But a lot of champions banned out at this point.
Yeah, look, I don't think Doggo is any slouch when it does come to that AD role. And we do see those series bans carry through. So these are the champs that players have used in previous 2v2 matchups. They are fearless banned for the entire split, just not a particular game. So that list grows as the split gets deeper and deeper here. We do see a lot of sort of similar bans. There's Cassiopeia on both sides here, but Varus has been banned away by GZ. They don't want to give that over to Doggo, and I dare say they would ban another. Oh, they went with Volley. I was going to say another AD, but they banned Volley, Carrix.
Yeah, an interesting one for sure. I mean, Volley is a strong hero in these 1v1, 2v2 settings, so just taking out maybe some tier list picks. And 2 ADCs taken away by CFO makes a lot of sense. Doggo, your Draven is calling.
That's it. And Doggo has made such a name for himself on that sort of deep pocket pick Draven. We rarely get to see it, but whenever we do, it is such a treat, Carrix. I'm so glad you did highlight that one. But I was talking about it before. First selection is what these players are fighting over. First selection means you get to choose either red or blue side, or first pick, second pick. You get the first choice of either of those, and then whatever's left goes over to your opponent. So there is a bit of power here in if you win or lose. As GZ, they've locked in that long-range artillery mage of Hui, and yeah, Poppy just gonna slam people into walls. Oh, there it is. Carrix.
I called it. Sometimes the neurons do fire in my brain. It's not often, but it's nice when it does. Interesting pick to go Hui Poppy. Often we see the Anivia Poppy, which was actually available, but didn't decide to go for that one. Let's see how this one works out, because if Draven gets on top of that Hui, he's in a lot of trouble.
So much trouble. Now, obviously, Hui does have that fear mechanic, is able to sort of repel and buy time, but it will be interesting to see how they play around this one. Poppy obviously able to sort of heroic charge Draven away too, and then speed away, reducing the amount of auto attacks that Draven gets back on them. But I mean, I don't think you want to be playing defensively, as we see Rest moving forward on this Nidalee. Doggo almost getting clipped nice and early there. We take a look at these items. It is pure aggression coming out of CFO, but we've got some defensive items here from GZ. We've got that Doran's helmet, that Doran's shield. All they're missing is Doran's blade and Doran's bow carrots. That could be Doran themselves.
It would be pretty fun to see the full Doran's arsenal, especially with the Poppy on the Rift, given that Doran was her mentor. Fun little lore fact for everyone. But we'll have to see if this very aggressive team of CFO can get on top of GZ.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the short range of CFO is not going to play into their favor, but they are advancing fearlessly forward. Rest with that grasp of the Undying, trying to get that HP built up nice and early, making it just that much harder to trade back into the Nidalee. And when Nidalee has that sort of heal as well, that self-sustain, she's very, very durable. However, Draven, not as durable. We'll be looking to stack up those adorations and hopefully not die, be able to go back to the shop and build up that gold lead. And right now, the CS advantage is on CFO's side here, and they're punishing Orca for daring to step forward. This is a good early start from CFO. They're very aggressive.
They are, but you have to just see what GZ really has planned. I'm thinking it must be a sort of a kill at level 6 kind of angle. You can't fight into Draven Nidalee early. You just lose really, really hard in damage. Good fear there out of Shun. Probably the only thing that kept him alive, as Doggo would have been able to run him down. But you can see, you can't fight this. So curious where the sort of scaling of Hui might come to fruition.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a 2v1 angle here from GZ. They're going to wait for that level 6, but I mean, they could lose the turret as well. That's definitely a win con.
Yeah.
If they get the first turret, they win the game, but the wave is diminishing. But yeah, Poppy with that ult able to turn it into a 2v1, that could definitely be the win condition that they're going for.
Survived tiny amount of health. Doggo can't quite hit level 6 to throw that Draven ult, but now the tower's in even more trouble.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there it is. CFO, they just chip away and they take the 2v2 match-up win against GZ. It was just really hard for GZ to do anything, which is funny because Hui is such a long-range bombardment mage, but CFO, they opt to go for first pick, and GZ pick up blue side for themselves, their carrots. That was a slow burn, that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the first times, at least when I've been casting, that we've seen the tower win condition come in. Normally teams go all in just to try and coin flip it, but in this situation, no, just Draven early damage, just a little bit unstoppable. So CFO do have that little advantage of first selection. Would not be surprised to see them heading over to first pick.
Yeah, no, definitely. First pick is very, very strong here in the LCP, but blue side a little bit stronger than the red side in our results. So interesting that that's kind of been given over, and we'll see how that one plays out tonight, Carricks. But I'm very, very excited to see how these drafts go, these picks and bans. We just saw Doggo on Draven, so I'm going to call it here and now. I don't think we're going to see Doggo on Draven, at least in game 1, right? Because I think he reminded GZ that that is a thing that he can do and he can do well. But he's also not a meta pick, so, you know, who knows? He might get banned, he might make it through.
We'll have to see. I think the real ADC I'm looking out for is Ezreal. Ezreal is so strong right now, has a variety of builds. You can go that AP Ezreal. It got buffed on this patch. It's not the optimal way to build him, but if you do need a bit more magic damage in your composition, it's certainly serviceable, and Doggo is incredible on the champion.
Yeah, it's like we were talking about earlier with Ejung being so good on Ambessa. Doggo equally so good on Ezreal. Can make, good champions great, especially with a good support working around him. So it'll be great to see, that Karma Ezreal picked up if one or both of them, make it through bans. But oftentimes, right, here in the LCP and globally, we are seeing Karma banned away in that first 3 picks and bans because she's so strong and she does become a bit of a lane bully. And when you ban that Karma, you soft ban that Karma Ezreal duo that we're talking about. So it'll be up to it'll be up to GZ. They are in the LCP to sort of read that bot side dynamic. And I can't help but feel like a few more bans than normal have to go against the bot because they're coming online.
Yeah, I do think bot lane has to be the focus here. I think it's very hard to ban out the rest of GZ. Ejung has a very deep champion pool. He's happy just to play tanks as well. If you do send bans up against him, that Ambessa as well feels really bad to ban. Yes, it's a great Ejung champ, but it's just not super strong at the moment. So you don't really want to spend the first round banned on it. We'll have to see which way GZ really goes. And at the same time, CFO as well, I think you should also be sending bans to get a good bot lane matchup. I'd love to see them removing some supports. And maybe you can put Doggo in a situation where, probably not in game 1, but come a game 2 or a potential game 3, he can rip out a Draven.
I love that phrase, rip out a Draven. It feels so Aussie and Draven at the same time. It's like, crikey, he's ripped out a Draven from the pocket and we're going to see it on the Rift here tonight. But speaking of things that we will not see on the Rift here tonight, Orianna, Pantheon, and Lucian. And I had Lucian in my mind. I'm like, if you are sort of banning pairings, they're just going to go straight at Doggo here, Carrix.
Makes a lot of sense. You can't let him have comfort picks. Lucian, very strong. Ezreal, we've been talking about it. You just got to get them out. And I guess the angle is maybe you try and first pick yourself. Well, you won't have first pick, of course, but you can early pick an ADC for yourself. It's not super easy to really pull this one off. GZ, maybe this is a prepared draft?
Yeah, I definitely think that they've got something planned here. They know their target. They know they need to target that bot side. I feel like it's better to ban away ADs than supports. Surely we see a Karma or a Bard. Bard hasn't been banned away here yet, so it's got to be one of those. Nocturne banned away. They don't want Shadow having that Nocturne, that paranoia, that global ability to sort of shut down enemy fights and initiate their own. But CFO, they've decided, hey, if you're banning away our ADs, we're going to prioritize picking up the next best one, taking as much advantage as they possibly can of their first pick to secure Ashe. So with Seraphine open, could we see her picked? Because that is an impressive duo.
Yeah, picking away Seraphine here, I think, would make a lot of sense. Seraphine is flexible, doesn't have to only be played alongside the Ashe, but at the same time, maybe you're not super scared of it, and you're just going to pick a strong top side. If you go for the Rumble Jarvan, the Hot Pot combo, it works for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, slamming that Rumble, they're definitely not scared of the potential bot side of Ashe Seraphine. So they've used their second pick wisely, I think, here, GZ. They are playing their own game. They've gone, this is what we want in these lanes. We will slam them no matter what CFO go for. So the Rumble and J4 picked up for ground 0 and immediately counter that. CFO pick up that Xin Xiao in the jungle and Seraphine for support for Kino. So it will be up to GZ, though, because we have seen answers, the Zeri Yumi combo, quite effective of an answer in the hands of the right pilots. I'm trying to think of what other sort of bot lane combos we could see. Varus, a longer range sort of champion, put a engaged support in front of him and he could, work for days here, Carrix.
100%, this is still a really strong pick, that static Shiv buff on this patch. Varus loves that change, loves building up those stacks on everyone, and can, of course, has those AP ratios, so this is not like the stats are bad either. So far, I think both teams are getting pretty much exactly what they want. These are all really high tier picks. I'm sort of waiting for a little bit of 26.9 flavor, though, because this is still sort of just last patch draft.
Yeah, so far, and obviously banning away that Cassante, just split 1 we saw so much Rumble Cassante, and split 2 I feel like we're seeing a lot less Rumble Cassante now. You pick and ban one, or they just don't get picked. I'm liking that we're getting something different in the top lane now, Carrick's, in split 2. But as you say, this is very much a 26.8, 26.7 kind of draft. We haven't seen too much difference. Bard banned away. That is what you would absolutely... I genuinely expected Bard to be banned away in that sort of first round of bans. But it's interesting to see sort of his priority dropping away. Now, GZ, they definitely have to be targeting that sort of top mid lane, and with Pout, surely it's like an Akali or maybe an Azir that they're going to ban here, that sort of really strong AP mid laner Carrick's. Oh, it's Sion.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Just don't let Rest play these comfortable tanks. They've picked that Ashe Seraphine. They want to play into it. Make Rest play something where he has to have a little bit more attention paid to his lane. Just throw a little bit of a spanner in the works. I think what Rest has been picking a lot of the time in this scenario is the Gnar, and the Gnar has not been particularly impressive out of CFO. So I think baiting him into that pick makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I really need to see something different come out of Rest. I really do enjoy seeing Rest on Gwen, but I just don't think Gwen is the right champion to answer. Oh, Aurelia hovered? Okay, I was getting excited, Carrick's. I was like, are we seeing something new from Rest?
That would be exciting, but I don't think Aurelia is going to be the pick here. Love some of these picks that are being hovered, but I think Doggo's just showing off a little bit. We'll have to see where they actually go. I still do think the Gnar is what I would guess. They're getting pretty close to the end, and it's Ornn. All right, found another tank.
We do love Ornn. We rarely get to see him, but he is definitely one of the more pure tanks. That passive, that plus 10% health, armor resist, and magic resist just scales so heavily, scales so well for that late game, which CFO are so clearly looking to play now, locking that Ornn in. GZ, they round out their bot side though, securing Rel, an excellent engage tool there with that sort of crash down magnet storm combo. And then you've got the J4 Cataclysm. There's so much potential to lock everyone into one place and then get the Chains of Corruption, the Equalizer, and then here comes the mobility Carrick's. Rise locked in. These guys could just be anywhere and annihilate one of you. Just pick you.
I think Rise is a bit of a dangerous pick here. They haven't quite locked it in, but yeah, there they go. I think this is... It feels weird to ever be criticizing a Rise pick because the champion has been so dominant. But the loss of Phase Rush did really hurt this champion, and it's not an easy game to play Rise on. You're going to be standing in the face of like an Ornn, a Xin Zhao that don't really care about your damage, Ornn particularly, and then having to navigate Seraphine ult, Ashe ult, Aurora burst. Jimmy's going to have to play out of his mind this game.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Obviously, with that Encore, you've got J4 putting Cataclysm, you've got Rel with the Magnet Storm. That's exactly where Seraphine is just going to ult and either protect the team or get all of GZ. So they're going to have to play really, really carefully around that. They did hover Mel a bit earlier, and obviously hindsight isn't 2020, but I really think Mel would have actually gone so crazy for GZ here. But the time will tell, as we do see the coaches and assistant coaches here doing the respectful fist bump before they walk off stage, and these teams duke it out on Summoner's Rift as we take a quick look at some of the fan signs. One of my favorite things about the LCP arena that we get to see here, Carrick's. But these two teams, they are here ready to go. And again, I called 2-1 for CFO, Carrick's. What did you call again?
I called 2-0 for CFO. I thought they were going to get over the line.
And the line has been drawn. We will see who gets over it, Carrick's, as we are on Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of tonight's best of 3 match between Ground Zero Gaming and CTBC Flying Oysters. And it starts like we would expect any other game to start, Carrick's. We've got some walls going down, a little bit of damage being chucked about.
Yeah, just pretty standard stuff at the moment. Rest, unfortunately, has gone for the incorrect Ornn skin. That is not Choo Choo. That is not Choo Choo Ornn. The best Ornn skin. But I am keen to see sort of how this plays out. As a dirty Ornn player myself, I want to watch the top lane, even though it is going to be the most boring lane on the map. It is an interesting one, though, because Rest has actually been really impressing me on CFO. He's sort of just been a little bit under the radar, but he has been able to find really good engage angles. He has actually been very clever about where he is on the map. And one of the things with Ornn that sometimes gets forgotten is that he can't just group all the time, because he needs levels more than a lot of other top laners, because he's gated behind levels in upgrading his team's items. Sometimes you see these level 12 Ornns just walking around in team fights, and it's like, no, you must be in a solo lane. I don't want to see you till you're level 16.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that I did want to talk about before we went on the Ornn tangent was the skins. I think CFO hard out-mogs GZ in the skin game. I'm a big fan of the Aegis frame. I love the Project Ash, the Project skin there, and Seraphine's gone with the KDA. So, skin game, CFO, they already get the moral victory there. But what I really liked while you were talking about that Ornn matchup is we saw that mid lane poke as Ijang, just pressuring Rest here, decides, you know what, that's enough, I'll back away. Jimian was actually getting the better of Pout quite a lot in that mid lane matchup, and that's the signs that we saw of him last week too. It feels like Jimian is gaining confidence. Oh, Rest.
Yeah, it's all into Rumble. This is not fun for Rest early on. Rumble's definitely a champion, unfortunately for Rest. But he's farming up. He'll be okay.
Yeah, and Ijang knows how to pilot that Rumble pretty well. Rest doing well enough himself, though, to kind of stay in touching distance with that CS. Only a differential of 4 there right now. As we do see the health pot diff here on the bot side. CFO still have 2, and GZ, they've only got that 1. But you'll notice Doggo has actually picked up that cleanse for himself as well, just paying respects to any sort of CC that can come out against him. He does not want to be sort of shut down, CC'd out of these fights. He wants to be able to layer as much damage as he can. And these junglers, they're starting their first recall. We did see Shadow, though, deep in GZ territory, which is nice. He's actually sort of stealing those camps away. And Kino with the early roam here, Carrix. I like the signs of initiative that we're seeing already.
Yeah, I think this is what the strength of this Ashe Seraphine lane is. You just throw out the hawk shot, you know exactly where the enemy jungler is. Early on, Doggo's just going to go back for a cull. He doesn't want to play super aggressive in this lane. They just don't really have the agency to do so. Kino doesn't need to back at the same time. So yeah, just go link up with the jungler. Doggo as well, yeah, you mentioned the cleanse. That is unfortunately a little bit of the Ashe tax. The champion's really strong, but doesn't have a dash. So if you're playing against Virus, you have to take cleanse. Or you are sentenced to death at level 6.
I just want to call out, I think these observers have leveled up over the split as well. Like, the focus is being put onto these wards right now just to give us, like, this vision control that both of these teams are exercising is fantastic. So, shout out observers. Thank you for giving us that sort of bird's eye view onto everything that's happening right now as we do see GZ deep in CFO's jungle. This is actually kind of, yeah, they're trying to steal camps away from Shadow. Orca's waiting in the bush. Shadow doesn't know, Carrix.
Yeah, Shadow has no idea. Orca comes over the wall. It's going to be a smite fight. Kino gets here in time. Shadow had to flash, but should be able to get away. GZ, they don't get the steal, but they do get a flash.
4 members of GZ collapsed just for this jungle skirmish. That is some early aggression. They get themselves that priority around the Drake. They're going to just chuck a ward down here, I think, take a recall, and then come back out onto the Rift. But that was that had the potential to be quite explosive. I think CFO navigated that well. Kino reacted early and was able to sort of present numbers, which discouraged GZ there. So a good response there. But Ijang definitely has the run of this top lane. Rest doing his absolute best to try and get more CS as Jimian ults back to mid lane.
Yeah, got to catch the wave. Don't want to miss a full wave. The unlikely that they were going to use the Realm Warp in the next minute or so. So yeah, just burn it. Get back to lane a little bit faster. Makes some sense, but a contest around the dragon is brewing. Shadow still only level 5, same as Husha. I think without any jungle ults, they will just give this up and let CFO get that Chemtech Drake.
Yeah, they definitely had the priority. They brought more members to this Drake before GZ could. They had the vision control, so it was going to be real hard for GZ to walk in. Husha, reading this, races back to his bot side jungle. I have to imagine it's to clear as many camps as he can, as quickly as he can, before Shadow doubtlessly invades one more time. And those grubs, they are up in a minute and a half. So that, Pout goes in.
Yeah, Pout uses that ultimate there. Doesn't really accomplish anything. Doesn't necessarily clear the wave. Doesn't get too much damage down. Now he's in a lot of trouble as Orca has arrived. Good stun. Won't actually hold him up for too long, but an interesting passage of play there.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to go for it. Your opponents either have it or they don't, and they realized, unfortunately, Orca was in the area. Pout did not want a bar of that 2v1, and we do see a small gold lead just growing in favor of GZ. It's only a couple of hundred, neither here nor there, but it is 7 minutes in the game. And to keep it this even is pretty good. I like this. It's a sort of... It doesn't feel like a slow start so far, Carrick, because there's been invades, there's been sort of jungle tussles, and they've all kind of danced around one another and backed off as they're sort of farming up right now. But that top side, Izhang, he's definitely sort of starting much stronger right now.
100%. This is the Rumble. Just what he does, has a very, very dominant early game, particularly against these tanks. And this is where I was saying, Rest, he's going to fall behind in CS. I think that is inevitable, but I need to not see him fall behind in levels. So far, he's accomplished that well. He's now coming down to sort of just catch the bot side. They're obviously going to try and set up for grub priority on top. As long as that number in the sort of left of their health bar, left and right of their health bar, stays roughly the same, I think CFO will be fairly happy.
Yeah, and we do see that GZ, they've put priority on these grubs because they do know that CFO got that first Drake, so it's only fair that they get the grubs too here, and they've put that priority on it. Orca is there. Izhang had priority on the top lane, was rotating down and around. Look at the timing there. That's just how well practiced these junglers are. Shadow knew the exact timing that this camp would come up, knew that who should be over in those grubs because they had that ward, and just steals his camp. I almost think that's the #1 rule when it comes to jungling, right? You kill the enemy jungler, take as many of their camps as you possibly can. You know where that jungler is, you take the opposite side of their jungle as best as you can. But Izhang's been listening. He's trying to keep Rest from getting any XP here, Carricks.
Yeah, he's doing his absolute best, but Rest, obviously, able to trade back well. That is, you know, those little short trades actually do pretty well for Ornn when he's able to just get those claps down. Doggo pushing another wave in. I don't think he's going to be able to get the auto attack to pop that crystalline growth and get the tower plate. So a little bit upsetting for Doggo. Just a little bit of gold denied, as this is a very even and slow game. We're nearly 10 minutes in and there hasn't really been any clashes.
Yeah, no, you're right. And the next Drake up in another minute and a half or so. Oh, as the arrow from Ash does go wide. Jimmy doubtlessly saw it coming. You know, no wards, no nothing, just pure game sense. Was like, yeah, there's an Ash arrow coming. I'm going to stand aside here and not get hit by that, because we have seen those Ash arrows absolutely snipe. And as we do know, it has one of the single longest stuns in the game if it hits over a certain amount of range, which that one would have if it had landed. Doggo doing his best to kind of dance around that virus cube, but it does connect. So far, though, not doing overly much damage, but that is a lethality virus. It will come online at about the 15, sort of 17-minute mark, and it will hurt Carricks. But the fight over vision control has begun.
Will it hurt? It's into an Ornn and it's in Zhao. Why are we playing lethality virus? Like, shouldn't. Come on, we can't be losing to Shopkeeper.
Yeah,
Oopsie
sometimes
dates.
items can be bought. Yeah. So obviously Xin Zhao with that Crescent Guard is tough to break through. But you land that poke onto that Ashe, onto that Seraphine, they're very, very squishy. They can go down very quickly. And I mean, Sean does have a significant CS lead over Doggo, so we'll be able to secure those items a bit faster, getting that advantage. As a bit of a scuffle looking to break out here. That next Drake spawning in 5 seconds. CFO, they want to continue that dragon stacking, and GZ obviously don't want to let them at it. Jimmy in here first. Pout ready to respond. There's no vision spotting him out yet, but the game sense of Jimmy, and he knew he was missing in that mid lane. TP being committed though. This one coming through from the virus. We'll see how this plays out, Carrix.
Yeah, a lot of members around the dragon here. Does GC really want to go for this one? Certainly seems like they do. If they can clear out this vision, they need to be super careful about Doggo. The Ashe arrow is up. Any Ashe arrow will just be sort of a Seraphine follow-up into a kill. Shadow is sort of baiting a little bit here. It moves over to the side. We'll have to go to the left side of the fight as in comes the damage. Pout needs to get it rolling. Hasn't managed to get it done yet. Shadow dancing away as into the backside they go. Pout goes low, but the Seraphine healing is really good. Doggo flashes forward. We'll get that first blood onto the Rel. Husha slowed up. The Rel warp just to escape. They can't stop them. But CFO win the fight. They'll win the dragon.
Really well played. An extended fight there. Doggo getting that first blood is also huge. Netting himself that sort of extra first gold bounty, bounty with that extra gold that comes along with it. And CFO turn their eyes onto the Infernal Drake. And once this one dies, we'll know what soul we're locked in for this game, unless we go to the replay. And now we see there's 3 members of CFO and they target Jimmy and forced to flash away. So none of that encore actually got any damage for CFO. It simply prevented Jimmy in being able to apply his. As they retreated in the face of 3 of CFO, Doggo went that sort of bot route and secured the kill. And the timing of that Rise ultimate, just perfect, preventing CFO cleaning anyone else up. So a nice play from CFO, a good escape from GZ, but they do hand over that second Drake.
You need to see GZ a little bit on the same page in the next fight. I feel like there was just calling different names. They got Pout really low, but then the Seraphine value came in. Just massive healing sort of allowed another round of spells out of after Pout sort of fluffed that initial engage as well. So good stuff there by CFO to sort of recover in that half a second that you sort of get in a team fight. Doggo now farming up, has that Hex Optics, very cloping that Cull. And this gold lead for GZ, it is about 300 gold, but that is entirely the top lane.
Absolutely. Ejiang and Rest still haven't had any impact on the Rift yet. They've just been doing top lane things. And I think Ejiang may have just skirted around that ward. I'm not 100% confident on that. It is very well placed. I suspect it spotted him, but Rest is moving forward there. Pout, though, on that top side as well. And our observers doing excellent work to keep us appraised of what's going on. Orca, though, kind of in a weird position. He does spot CFO out though. He suspected cheeky shenanigans. It's that heads up play that you love to see. And we do go to the Rift Herald in 30 seconds. CFO, they've got that excellent vision control in that river. They are pushing in the mid wave. They're trying to get that priority so that they can rotate around. But with Doggo recalling, I almost have to imagine that CFO are preparing to give over the Rift Herald. Does have 15 seconds, but they're being spotted on wards.
Yeah, I think this is a lot being committed. They're going to TP the Rumble up as well. I think if you're CFO, you do just give this one up. As long as you don't lose anyone to this play, as Pout could be in trouble, but lovely play. Oh no, they're going to turn around onto Kino. Sacrificed there, a good kill for GZ. That definitely will be the Rift Herald for them. And probably this top tower. Good swing by GZ.
Yeah, good play. I think it was slow from Pout to get away there. I think they were kind of umming and ahhing whether or not GZ were going to go for this. GZ put the ward down, so we saw Kino running. And funnily enough, Pout was the one who got cataclysmed, used the belt, used the ult to escape, and Kino, without that sort of mobility, was caught up. But Carrots.
There's a fight already going, and it's GZ collapsing. The healing coming in from this Seraphine is immense as GZ are aced, wiped off the map. Triple kill for Doggo and CFO. Oh my word.
How did Shadow live that? I know the Sundered Sky proc really helped, and obviously the shields from Seraphine, but he was on death's door and he just did not die, and that got so much time. The Crescent Guard goes out, preventing a lot of damage here. Rest gets a fantastic ult through two, getting some CC down, and Doggo just stood in their faces. CFO absolutely dismantled Ground Zero Gaming in that fight, and they also secure themselves that jungle objective. My goodness, the damage more than double of the Varus from GZ, and a minute till the next Drake. And suddenly CFO find themselves at 2,500 gold up over Ground Zero Gaming here, Carrix. They have to get together, they have to synergize, they have to coordinate and pick their targets, or this game could be over very quickly.
It certainly could be, and this is sort of the worst way that this could have happened, because we sort of briefly talked about this lethality Varus, and you pointed out, you were correct that, hey, if the poke lands onto the Ashen Seraphine, that really does matter, but it stops mattering if the Seraphine can just heal it all up. She can't do that yet. He will still do more damage than Seraphine can heal for now. The problem now is you're playing from behind, and in about 5 minutes, no, she just heals more damage than he does.
Yours, Shelly nearly cracked that tier 1. Oh, Shadow goes in here, Carrix.
In they go. The Aurora ult comes in immediately. Husha is just going to be sacrificed to Shadow. The flash forward from Kino forces the flashes on the other side. A lovely knock up there from Rest as he tries to get the big breath through. They're just going to flash over the wall. They want more. He doesn't get the redirect on his ult. Oh my word, Rest! That's an ugly one to watch. Can GZ use the mistake to turn it around? Jimmy is ghosted, is full health, and I think that mistake might put a damper on the Dragon take. No, CFO still reckon they can do it. Shun still around. Ejung and Orca. Jimmyan in the wings. Jimmyan full health. He's the one to watch. Shadow dives in immediately onto Orca. A lot of damage being done. Shadow managing to flash away from the sun. He will pick up that first kill. The Dragon going lower. Jimmyan in trouble as Pout bears down on him. The Realm Warp will not get him away. And CFO play the margins and come out on top.
It was 1-for-1 with Rest and Husha dead. They had their jungler. They knew they could take it. As we see this again, Doggo gets an excellent stun, and Husha goes in too deep. He's trying to get on top of Doggo and Kino, but they're able to back away. Kino here gets 2 flashes from Ejung and Shun, but then this is where GZ are able to turn it around. Frankly, I have to think this is a mistake from Rest. Yeah. Flashing over that wall, then missing his ultimate as well there, Carrix. It's just a freebie over to GZ, and it makes it a 1-for-1. But CFO, they know that Husha is dead, that GZ don't have a jungler, so they have the advantage here. And I think Orca goes in a little too early, all on his own. Shadow perfectly sort of times it to get more Sundered Sky procs. He comes out healthier than he went in there, Carrix, and there's just nothing GZ could do. They were absolutely routed by CFO. As we go to a replay here.
Should got a little catch, all right. Caught Pout, unless, surely not. Yeah, good, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, should got a little bit of a consolation prize. I was really worried that the replay was going to be that he got a crazy turnaround. But no, did get cleaned up. A good kill to get back. Obviously, shouldn't be happy about that one, but obviously not the most meaningful one in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, now that damage coming out of Ejung is starting to not do much to that Ornn. That Kainic Rook earn really, yeah?
Speaking of Ornn, let's play a little game. Because this game, it's starting to get a little bit going one way. Who does he upgrade first? Because he should upgrade Doggo first, but will he?
I mean, I almost feel like he should upgrade Pout on the Auroras. He goes in, gets the ult onto Ejung.
A lot of damage, but it's suddenly turned into a 3v2. Shadow getting turned down. There's the big Seraphine ult, trying to make it happen, but they do manage to chew through Rest. And CFO just getting a little bit too big for their boots there. They lose 2 for nothing.
Yeah, that was a really awkward sequence of plays there. CFO, I think they thought they had the numbers advantage. GZ, though, they were able to turn that around with quick responses. A lot of the team in the area, CFO committed some TPs. Pout, you need to get out of there, buddy. Like, GZ, they're posturing aggressively, homie. They are in your jungle. You do not mess with, like, I think people underestimate it as we go back to this replay. That TP is committed, but there's already 3 members of GZ against 2. The 4th beats the 3rd of CFO, so it's always a numbers advantage. I really think Rest is getting a little overconfident here. He could, he's found himself sort of strong and in the area as he does complete that second item, giving extra AMR and armor for percentage time spent in combat. So he's even tankier now, but he still needs to respect the numbers advantage because GZ, they still have hands, Carrick. They can still 2v1 you, no worries.
They absolutely do have hands. You need to play with respect even when you are ahead or you'll lose your lead just like CFO have. CFO, that said, still do have a dominant position around this top side, getting that Void Scuttle. Gets them a very good idea of where the vision is. Jimmy in though, still scaling. Has a long way to go on this rise. Has not had the easiest early game. Still 4 minutes on the Rod of Ages. Still pretty far away from that 3-item power spike that we often talk about. One of the big things to look at here is that CFO haven't taken a tower. There is a lot of standing gold waiting to be collected. If one team fight goes the way of CFO, it should balloon into a pretty huge lead, and there's a team fight kind of required in a minute.
Yeah, it will be that sole point, and if CFO are able to close that Drake out, it will be the Dragon's Soul for them. So you can see GZ, they know this. They've already got wards down in CFO's jungle. They're posturing. They're trying to bait CFO into it. And Shadow, he doesn't know. He's standing on a ward. There's the Oracle Lens to spot it out. But as you say, GZ, they have to beat CFO here. They have to prevent them from getting this Drake because Baron is also on the map. It could be a contest of objectives.
Certainly could be. Trading Baron for a soul, the heuristic says it's wrong, but game to game, you never know how it might go. There's the TP coming in. Rest is going to be very, very tanky while he's got that big top lane quest shield. CFO might just pop this mid lane tower and then make their way to the dragon. They are the ones with all the time to play with.
Yeah, Rest is so tanky into the AP damage that Rise and Rumble are bringing, and we'll see just how tanky he is as they're moving forward. GZ, they've started up the Drake. It's at 4K.
There's a catch there, but it's going to be immediately turned around. Kino has exploded. Traded for Orca, but getting rid of that Seraphine heals is so valuable. E-Jung melts away. Then goes Husha. Can't quite get it done, but imagine flashing away on that little health. Doggo goes over the wall. Doggo gets it done. Quadra kill. Soul. CFO. Where did this come from?
Doggo was left alone for like 75% of that fight. Then GZ turned on him and he flashed into the pit, Carricks. It was beautiful. And he does have that Ornn upgraded Infinity Edge. The damage, the kills, they are all Doggo's. This is Doggo's world. GZ is just living in it. They secure themselves the soul. They're going to get a free Baron. They may not have had the turret, but now they've got one in every single buff. They will siege. They will collect that standing gold very shortly, Carricks. It is up to GZ to respond, and I don't see how they can.
It's so difficult. This actually looks not too bad here at the start for GZ. They get a decent trade, but it all goes wrong.
Yeah, that sort of take out Aquino early is nice, but it is only the support. And I really love seeing Shadow's target selection. He was sort of frontlining and realized his backline needed protection. He goes in, gets that sort of knock up, preventing those killing blows landing on Doggo, who is just then left to sort of free fire into the rest of GZ. We see that damage, and this Varus is just struggling to match what Ashe is able to put down. Rest doesn't have that Baron buff. He was dead when it died, but 4 members of CFO with the Baron buff, you take that any day, and they still have 2 minutes left with the sort of Baron power play here, and they are collecting. They're rushing this top side. They do have that Cloud Drake nipping at their heels, which gives them that extra movement speed, that slow resist. And it looks like Jimmy's just trying to get something back on the other side of the rift here, Carrick's, because it's a tall order to answer 4 members of CFO when you're so many members down right now.
Yeah, this is the best thing that Jimmy can do. Just try and gain some gold. E-Jung will be fine, can clear, the next wave or two once his ultimate comes back up. But you can't fight into CFO right now, so you just have to find gold wherever it exists. Pout pushing into the mid lane as well. It's a good 2-lane press. It's what we like to see. And CFO don't have to do anything fancy here. Rest can just stand at the front. He doesn't take damage. And let those big Baron-empowered cannons just slowly whittle the towers away.
Yeah, Rest not taking damage is actually kind of crazy because he's indexed so heavily into that magic resistance that the Rumble and Rise, they're ineffective against this Ornn, especially with that 10% health, MR, and armor scaling. So just the Siege proving so valuable. They're already at 2,500 gold with nearly a minute still left over, doing the classic sort of 4-1 split here. They've got the inhibitor turret, they've got the top lane inhibitor, and they're gonna make good their retreat. Poke and prod at GZ, just make it really difficult for them to follow. The objectives on the map, 3 minutes till Elder, 3.5 to this Baron, and I'd have to imagine that CFO, they just want to keep sieging. They've got another 30 seconds here, Carricks.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want to reset quite yet. CFO going in. Rest gets a lovely knock up. Instant assassination onto Shun. Doggo in the backside is pressure, but he has the Guardian Angel. It doesn't matter that they get onto him. He's going to get back up, tries to reposition, can't quite do it, but look at the healing coming in. He stays alive for so long, and all the focus is on Doggo, so Pout goes absolutely crazy. Gets himself a quadra, and CFO get game 1.
Yeah, they win the fight. GZ, good night. They take the inhibitor turret. They're going to take this second inhibitor for themselves. They have a double cannon wave here. They will look to close out the game. It's another 10 seconds before GZ are back on the Rift, Carricks. Close it out.
Yeah, game 1 will be going to CFO. The late split resurgence continues, and CFO are sending a message to the rest of the LCP. We're here, and you need to worry.
This was a fine form CFO. They looked dominant from the start. They did have a bit of an oopsie daisy in the middle there with Rest being, dare I say, the catalyst, a little overconfident, but they were able to sort of recover that late game. Shadow is my coat there in the fan signs. You'll love to see it. But it was good to see Rest sort of recover from that mid-game fumble and bring it together. Doggo went crazy a couple of times. The Pout on the Aurora stood up and roared too. That bunny hopping all over the corpses of GZ's players. But Kino got some good ults with the Seraphine, and where he didn't land the ult, he forced the flashes, broke apart the fight. It was just nice to see this team synergizing, and Shadow frontlined like he was the tank. The healing that CFO could do for him and that he did himself kept him alive so long through the thick of these fights, Carricks.
Exactly, and that was just a fantastic performance up and down the field, really, from CFO. Can't really nitpick anything. I think Rest, yeah, look, that damage chart's always going to look like he got stopped, but nah, that's just the matchup. It's just Ornn. He did exactly what he needed to do outside of that one questionable ult that I'm sure we'll see in the highlights. But overall, yeah, CFO look like they're firing on all cylinders. This is a team that come playoffs are going to be terrifying.
And kind of what's concerning is that Doggo was so hard targeted on his AD carries as well, like taking that Lucian, taking that Ezreal away, preventing him from getting onto many of the ADs that he's, known for and really good on. But I think it's fantastic to see him almost standing up and saying, you can ban my AD pool. I'm good at every AD, especially when, my support is working with me, especially when my team is protecting me here. Like, it's not a protect the president comp, but the way CFO played it, it may as well have been. And there's that ult from Kino that I was talking about, the double flash. Like, I feel like CFO could have backed away here and turned onto Jimmy, and Rest wouldn't have had to have died, but they were still able to recover from this in this one, Carricks. I love that this happened while we were still covering off the previous fight, and poor Pout just caught out on the bottom there.
Yeah, look, that was not much fun for Pout, but really was not very meaningful in the long run. I do have to question why we're going lethality Varus. There was a few fights where I think Shun, had he been on the on-hit Varus, maybe wouldn't have been able to single-handedly win the fight, but certainly deal an enormous amount more damage. We can see Ress is just sitting in Rumble ults at this point. This is the fight where he gets taken down, but it takes so long. Shun is just not really contributing anything because he just doesn't do damage into this composition. I think we've got to think a little bit harder about what we're playing against in game 2.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, now that Ornn is out of the game, now that Ashe is out of the game, we're definitely going to be seeing a very different dynamic in our second game of tonight's first match between GZ and CFO. So I'm really looking forward to what that looks like there, Carrick. But it was great to see CFO in fine form, but it was also good to see that GZ, they weren't easily bullied. However, we'll see how they bounce back in game 2 right after this break, Carrick, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
On. Good. Showdown. Duro. War. Taki. Mako. The hands. Kino. Vista. Makix. Duro.
Oh.
Mako. The hands. Duro. Taki. Vista. Udi. Duro. Taki. Mako. Shulong. On. Udi. Kino. On.
Oh.
Taki. Kino. Udi. The hands.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
And welcome back to the LCP. We find ourselves in week 6, day 1 of match 1, game 2 between Ground Zero Gaming and CTBC Flying Oysters. Now, if you weren't watching game 1, CFO took it convincingly by the end of that one, Carrix, but it wasn't without its road bumps. We had a couple of speed bumps
wasn't at all,
along
but
the way. Yeah.
It wasn't at all. Sorry about that. As GZ will have to turn it into a bit more of an issue. See if they can get up in game 2. Looking at other tournaments, GZ did take a game off CFO, and if you look at that game, they just turned it into chaos. So maybe we can do it again.
Chaos is good, and it's up to those who adapt that come out on top. Now, we are getting ready for game 2, as I was saying, but I absolutely have to expect that Ground Zero, they're cooking something. We saw they had fantastically targeted bans in that game 1. They went after Doggo, but that didn't prove successful. They went after Rest a little bit, and that didn't prove successful either. So where do they go from here? I think Jimmy, he was performing well in that sort of early mid lane matchup. Maybe if they go a little more toward Jimmy and maybe they ban out Pout a bit more, they could get that advantage and push it through the rest of the Rift here, Carrix. But do you have any thoughts? Where do you think GZ should go to answer this aggressive CFO?
I want to see a Nefiri for Husha. I think he's been really good on that champion. I think the champion is incredibly strong at the moment. And again, if you do look over at these other results, that game was Husha just taking on the world on the dog. First pick it. For all I care, it's the best jungler on the patch, in my opinion.
It's definitely a very, very deadly jungler with a lot of sort of... It's very hard to stop and gets a lot of access on the back line. And it could be sort of composition shaping if they do lock it in nice and early, force your opponents to respond with their draft and kind of throw a spanner in their plans here, as we do see the bans coming through. CFO, they've banned away that Ambessa that we spoke about earlier. They do not want to see Ezhang on it, even with those small little changes to Ambessa that you were talking about as well. Orianna, just a fantastic meta pick, just really, really strong. And frankly, I think CFO had the same read as you here, Carrix. They've banned away Nefiri.
Makes a lot of sense. Just don't give that up. There's just no need to give Husha a champion that he's shown so much prowess on. Shadow has a very deep champion pool. We can go plenty of other places in the jungle. Could just see take something like the Skarner that has been re-emerging. Perhaps that's not quite a Shadow pick. Speaking of Shadow picks, Pantheon being banned out makes a lot of sense as well. Do we first pick for Doggo?
True. I do love that you mentioned Skarner, actually. LCK just locked in the world's first support Skarner. So what if we get something like that here? What if we're inspired by, you know, one of the best regions in the world? But we're not. We're banning hard against Doggo with that Lucian and Ezreal. and then paying some respect to Shadow with that Pantheon, that global sort of meta champion that we've seen so effective, great at engages, turning fights around. But Vi locked in for Shadow of CFO. That is such an excellent engage tool as well there. Really, really hard to do anything about that one once she is locked onto you. You can try and sort of flash away over walls and drag her further than she wants to go, force her too deep. You can, if your Xayah are out of the Vi engage, but you know, you don't want to be locked into that composition just from one champion here, characters. Ziggs locked in.
Well, speaking of champions that Vi doesn't like interacting with, it is Ziggs. Able to sit very, very far back. Vi does not want to walk through the minefield. Really smart pick here. I think Shun last game clearly wanted to just sit back and deal a huge amount of damage without having to step too close to the dangerous front line of CFO. Ziggs is a great champion to do that on. Just play 3 screens away. That's his comfort zone. As Kino looking to lock in the North. No, goes to Leona at the last second.
I always love a good Leona pick. Pike and I, we talk about this a lot. I think she's a hook champ. He says that Wikipedia says that she isn't. Whatever. Her Zenith Blade acts like a hook. She's a hook champ. And I really love
I would hate
CC.
to go fishing for you if hooking something involves jumping at it.
Why not? I mean, you just hook the other direction, right? But I do love this Leona pick. Leona brings so much CC, right? She's able to just stun even the micro 0.25 second route on the Zenith Blade. Her ultimate AoE CC, if it lands right, minimum slow. I love the CC and the survivability, the tankiness that it brings. Able to frontline for this Kai'Sa picked up for Doggo, this hyper scaler. And I have to imagine we're going to see Static Shiv picked up here too. You alluded to it in game 1. It has been buffed here for patch 26.9 Carrix.
Yeah, buffed and sort of reworked. Does just sort of spread on hits. That's the big news of the change. Kai'Sa absolutely loves that change. As I was saying, for a lot of ADCs, it was a net nerf. But for specifically Kai'Sa and Varus, it was just a big net buff. So Doggo going towards this, should see a Static Shiv. He'll be very happy. And Doggo Kai'Sa is sort of a classic Doggo champion. Obviously, the Draven is one we talk about a lot with him. Draven has sort of always only ever been fringe meta. Kai'Sa has been out of favor for a little while, but starting to creep back in, which only helps CFO.
I got to point this out. We got some amazing fan signs here in the LCP arena, and it's so good to see so many people turning up time and time again. This is an old converted cinema as well, so the seats look comfortable AF, if I may use some liberal language on a broadcast here. One day I will be sitting in those seats and I will be screaming at the top of my lungs at these players who are up on this stage. But enough about what will be. What is that Wukong banned Ahri banned. Now I like this Ahri ban. I really think Pout has proven effective on Ahri already, and it just goes to show that his opponents know it and they're respecting him.
Yeah, and also Ahri, you can't let that through. It's just your mid laner dies at level 6 100% of the time if you let that through. So good to see that they don't. Wukong being banned out as well. Husha will be pushed down the jungle pool. May well end up having to go to something fairly tanky. Yone removed as well. Wonder what that says. Pout's looking towards. Azir is often, like, Yone is seen as an Azir counter, so could be signaling something like that, but not the most meta champion at the moment.
Ooh, Skarner being hovered. Come on, Carrix. We'll see it. Hang on. We've got a Shen and we've got a Jace.
Support.
And
it's
a
Shen
Skarner being hovered. Yeah.
It's Shen support.
But maybe
really
it's
good
not,
into
though.
Leona. It's really good. It's really good into Leona because you put up that auto zone and she can't stun you. Xerath would be crazy here. I don't think this is real. I think this is Doggo just having fun with the hovers, but God, Xerath would be cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen a Zerath yet, so it could be kind of spicy tech, I reckon. That is a really amazing long-range AP damage champ, able to layer so much and brings the stun, but Annie, the tried and true, the tested Annie, however, does have, you know, more losses than wins, but I think it could work in this composition. I think they've got the lockdown and the damage with that Kai'Sa to follow up on the burst that Annie can bring. If Annie is able to just get the full combo off, take Ziggs off the board, I really think CFO has the damage to sort of sustain through the rest of the tankiness that, quite frankly, GZ is putting together here. And Sion locked in for rest. And what's Ejung gonna answer it with?
It's pretty tricky. Well, Ejung is probably playing the Jace, so waiting for Hui would be interesting here. I actually kind of like that. Or we could go a flex. We could send the Jace mid, try and bully the Annie early. I actually wouldn't hate that at all and go the Gwen into side. I actually really like this pivot.
Yeah, there's quite a bit going on with this draft as we do see that Gwen locked in and it will be taken to the top side for Ejung. Really, really like that. I don't think we're seeing Ziggs in the jungle though, unless this is some crazy cooking that we're seeing. Skarner Shen on that bot side, you wouldn't be able to kill them, I reckon, Carrix. They would be so tanky.
They wouldn't be super easy to kill, but no, I think that is what the team comp's going to look like. I do like this sort of last second switch. The Sion expecting to go into Jace. Jace doesn't really, I mean, he out farms the Sion, he wins the lane, but he doesn't necessarily get super far ahead of Sion. Gwen does. Gwen kills tanks very, very easily. And against Annie, I think Jace is largely okay. Needs to be very careful at level 6 though.
Yeah, definitely needs to sort of be respectful of that potential one-shot burst, stay at a decent range, but I think Jace is the better matchup here, so a great read, a great rotation from GZ. They definitely have like the drafting chops, I think. They definitely can draft with the best of them and flex and adapt, as we've got some fans hoping for a Doggo Penta here. It is Kai'Sa, it's quite possible, but GZ, they've brought a lot of health to tonight's game too, and I don't think that Kai'Sa's going to be able to rip through it all, at least in the early game. I definitely think it's going to have to be a real late game Kai'Sa that does that. But enough about that from me, Carrix. We are on the Rift for game 2 of tonight's best of 3 matchup between GZ and CFO. CFO, they find themselves up 1 game so far, and Grasp of the Undying there for Sion and also for Skarner.
Yeah, makes sense. Just getting tankier and tankier. Love to see it. That Storm Raider Surge as well for Jimmy. Always good to see the new runes. This one was sort of the one that less people have been talking about early on. Everyone's sort of been focusing on that Deathfire touch, but have to see if Jimmy can get value out of the other new option. Excited to see it.
I do love a good IG skin as well. IG Kai'Sa seems like such a classic, but we also saw High Noon Leona, also one of the fan favorites. I myself am a big fan of the Moon one. I think it's the Lunari skin where she's like in the golds and silvers. And I feel like it would match so well with the IG Kai'Sa. So like, oh, but Kino does have a chrome on, a chroma, and is able to sort of get some early, you know, poking, prodding on GZ. They're playing sort of respectfully here. They're concerned about the engage that this Leona can bring. But we take a quick look at the junglers. And they are on opposite sides of the Rift. Skarner working their way to their top side. And we do see Vi working their way to the bot side here, Carrix. Now, which draft do you prefer?
Oh, I very, very much prefer left side here. I think it's very cohesive. It has a really, really obvious plan in fights. It's just whoever comes forward, if Ejung tries to go melee form, sorry, not Ejung, Jimmy tries to go melee form at all, he will just get one shot. It's stun someone with a flash tibbers. Everyone can follow up on it. I think CFO has a really, really cohesive draft here.
Yeah, and I mean, Pout right now is showing the power of this Annie into this Jace. More than 50% of Jace's health is missing. Also, nearly dying here. Has to pop that second health pot. So health pot diff definitely in favor of Pout on this Annie. Playing it spectacularly, driving Jimmy away, preventing some CS, preventing some experience, and that shield as well, just mitigating the poke that Jace is trying to bring down in this mid lane matchup. And observers are hanging out here. They must suspect there's going to be some sort of, flash all-in combo, but Jimmy taking a recall, going to reset, heal up before any more chip damage comes through. And Husha in the area, but not going to go for any mid lane plays here. Shadow, though, first to the Scuttle Crabs, and that's a win for a jungler.
Yeah, it's a 1-to-1 Scuttle Crab split, both playing to the side where they had Prio. Sort of, nothing to really write home about early. Rest is getting pushed in. He's playing Sion versus Gwen. That's pretty expected stuff. You do have to admire the resilience of Rest. Playing Ornn into Rumble game 1, and then they go, yeah, man, now you're going Sion into Gwen. Have fun. I'd be tearing my hair out.
But that's it, right? These guys are the best in the world, right? They're the tier 1 region. They're representing. They're built for this. They're made for this, if you will, Carrix. And Rest is just showcasing it with the best. But I want to go back to something you said a little bit earlier, nothing to write home about. I wonder what a letter home would look like for some of these champions, right? Like, how would Ziggs's look? Would the letter be like a circle and like really messy writing? Because I feel like he's very, frantic, and he's got to say everything really, really quickly.
I think if they tell you that, hey, there's a letter from Ziggs in the mailbox, you do not open that mailbox. That's going to explode. Don't open it.
I was going to go over to Shen next and be like, compared to Shen, who's going to be, like all monk-like and zen and serene and peaceful, would have, oh no, the wolf! Observers, get that man, the wolf was not picked up! Fail, jungler!
Oh, and now really might be a bit of a fail, as Shadow's been a bit caught out here. Pout does not have a stun ready to go. Now he does. They're trying to get the damage done. The big blast shield's coming in. Orca desperately wants it. Does get the kill. There's the letter from Shen, apparently. It says first blood. They're going to keep the fight going as well. Pout has no mana. Hits level 6, but can't drop the Tibbers. Kino escorts him out. But that was all for a Raptor camp.
Yeah, look, I mean, sometimes fights, they just start out of nowhere. We were talking about letters and serenity and, Shen being super calm and peaceful, and then he gets in there and he gets the first blood, and I'm like, what is this, monk-like behavior? That's not it. As Shadow, he invades, he does get the camp here, but is so heavily punished because I just don't think he was expecting Orca to be in the area. So great heads-up play, flash for flash. They're able to punish, and CFO, they're left with their tail between their legs. They have to get out of there. Resources committed for not that much. And GZ, this is a much better early game Carrix. At the same point, even 10, 12 minutes in, it was dead even in gold. But right now, GZ, they find themselves 1,000 gold up at the 6-minute mark, and the first Drake, it's on the Rift.
That it is. Have to see what they can do to sort of keep this one going, as, Pout is level 6 now. I think the big thing that Shadow didn't expect was how low on mana Pout was. He just couldn't actually participate in the fight. He starts up the dragon. GZ, they know this is happening. Some bombs will be thrown, but I don't think there'll be a real contest. The jungler is just on the wrong side of the rift.
Yeah, CFO again, first to the Drake, but it does look like GZ, they're in the area at the very least. They just want to be a threat, make CFO play carefully, cautiously, and Shun just getting some damage on Doggo on the way through there. You'll love to see that coming out of that Ziggs, that long-range AP bombardment. But let's take a quick look at the damage profiles, right? Gwen, massively AP damage. Ziggs, massive AP damage. The only real sort of AD damage threat for GZ is that Jace, and late game, that might come back to haunt them.
Gets picked up, put against the wall. Shadow is here, flashing away from the Impale, but Shadow misses the Q onto Orca, taking a huge amount of damage. They can't turn this one around. Doggo flies on in, needs to find something, but it doesn't have any mana to work with. He's in the middle of the enemy team. The cleanse doesn't work against the Skarner E, managed to reposition with the flash. They do get one back as Pout lands a good start against Shun. Should put this play to bed. But it's still just a 1-for-1 across a really, really active scuffle.
Yeah, GZ obviously getting the better of that one as well. Going in 0-1, coming out 1-3. So they take down 2 members of CFO. Happy days. They keep their gold lead secured at a little over 1,000 at that sort of 8-minute mark. And they also almost prevented CFO from getting that Drake. But this was CFO getting the Drake, and they hung around a little too long. GZ, they punish them really well, right? Shadow goes down early, unable, as you say, to land that Q. Kino so low that GZ stick around, they go back in for it, and unfortunately they're not able to take Doggo down on the back end. Pout this time does have mana and is able to punish GZ sort of over aggression and make sure CFO comes away with something, as Jimmy's pokes just starting to land and chip away. But every lane also has a sort of individual gold lead in GZ's favor as well, Carrick. So they're just laning a little bit better at the moment too.
And that's not super expected, particularly in the bot lane. We should be seeing Doggo getting a bit of a lead before Shun has just picked up a kill, sort of nullifying any actual lane advantage that this Kai'Sa has over Ziggs. Sort of what we expect from Ziggs is that he stays level, maybe falls a little bit behind, but allows your support to just do whatever he wants around the map. Like, Orca just doesn't have to be in lane because Ziggs will never die. He's just too safe. The fact that Ziggs is ahead is worrying.
I love that, the use of the Ziggs will never die. It's like legends never die, but instead it's Ziggs will never die. You know, you know, Sean is surely like, yes, the new poster Ziggs for League of Legends. But we do see CFO, they're not scared to invade GZ's jungle. They're, you know, getting the camps. Kino is preventing those wards from sticking around, giving that vision control over to GZ. And you see that line of vision in that top river. GZ have 5 wards through those sort of brushes and the jungle. They really, really want to know where Shadow is and what he's up to, because we've seen Shadow on Vi before. He is scary, and GZ don't want a bar of it, Carricks.
It's going to be an interesting one, how CFO play this out, because as I said, their composition has a very clear identity, but it's not super flexible. It sort of just does one thing. I like that when your comp does one thing and it's super obvious what that one thing is. But doing it from behind is not super easy. If you can't one-shot Jimmy when he jumps in, if you can't access Shun and one-shot him, you don't necessarily have a second punch.
That is very, very true. Obviously, that Pout sort of Annie one-shot combo, if it misses, if it whiffs and it doesn't take someone out, Pout has to play for the longer fight, and it's essentially a 4v5 for a little while, waiting for those cooldowns to sort of come back up before they can kind of meaningfully contribute. Obviously, the stuns and the shields are very, very nice, but we do see around on the Rift that Shadow is just constantly being spotted. He's constantly on wards. GZ placing these everywhere, just getting so much value, and the poke coming out of Shun as well, preventing Doggo from sort of really being able to squeeze out any lane advantage. Husha going in,
dealing a fair bit of damage, but Shadow is able to just get away. He's okay. But you can see Husha is just dominating in the 1v1, bullying the Vi out of the jungle. We're level 8, and we haven't made an attempt on the mid lane. Pout has ult. Shadow has ult. We should be trying to kill Jimmy, but instead we're just getting pushed out of our own jungle. We're losing Dragon. Not what CFO wants with this draft.
Yeah, Husha's definitely having Shadow's having a much rougher game of it. Goes over a ward, they know he's coming, they burst that Drake down. No shot for CFO to be able to collect it. And quite frankly, the team was far too late to getting to this Drake anyway. They go over even more wards. Shout out GZ for their wards this game. They are spotting everyone and everything. There is nowhere that CFO can go. There is nothing that they can do that GZ will not know about.
Shun has to insta-flash there to try and get away. Kino answers in kind, but you'll take that trade for sure. They go back in. There's Kino going extremely deep. Impale doesn't land, so he gets away, but Kino, that was a little bit too bold. If that Impale lands, he dies.
Yeah, that was Kino going 1v3 into GZ with no backup. That felt really strange. Zenith blading and then having to sort of ult and flash straight back out. Lucky to live, quite frankly, there. And CFO now at a loss with the resources side of things. Rest, however, not having a great time in this top lane. Doing an admirable job of keeping his tower alive, but he is 30 CS down. Nearly 1,000 of that 1,500 gold lead is in the pocket of Ejung, who will become an absolute menace toward that sort of mid to late game, especially if Gwen can get access to the back lines. And look, Carrix, this is Ejung. We know he will find a way.
Yeah, Ejung is empowered in this matchup. He's had a really good split. He's having a really good game. And they don't have a great answer into the Gwen. Aside from, of course, Annie stun into the follow-up of 4 other members of the team. Ejung, though, I think is able to play around that. Can use that W to dodge any long-range Kai'Sa poke, whatever Doggo is trying to get these tags down. It's only 1.5k, but so far, CFO just doesn't really seem to know what they want to do with this team comp. I'm really shocked how quiet Shadow has been and that we aren't trying to force some plays around this Vi.
Yeah, look, I currently think that the slow play coming out of CFO, the unsurety, the uncertainty, as you mentioned, is definitely playing into GZ's favor, right? They're happy to play this slower game. They're happy to sort of bring CFO into them where they have those number advantages as, oh, Shadow, careful, the ward spots Husha. That could have been so dangerous. But what? The GZ, they come out, the ones, okay, they get the ward, they force CFO away. It's that battle for vision that we know and love. And Kino, you've got to be careful. Carrix.
Kino's all right. Does get a few stuns down onto Husha, but CFO just want to get out of this one as Ejung is here. The damage onto Kino as he just doesn't seem to know where he wants to go. Jimmy and getting onto the backside. This is a shocking team fight from CFO. They'll get 1 kill on the backside. Now it's all on Doggo and Rest to get this one done. Doggo does do a huge amount of damage. They need to play it very carefully. They've got them corralled. Doggo jumps in, immediately gets sorted. Lovely cleanse there. Gets away. The damage is huge. Rest able to bring it down. Gwen is immune, but Gwen will go down. On the backside, we have Shadow re-entering. No, he goes for the Herald. Rest gate keeps them away, and CFO, from a horrible start to a fight, will walk away with the objective.
Carrix, I don't know how that happened. I'm going to need to see the replay more than one time because GZ absolutely should have won that from start to nearly finish. CFO, though, they play it well. They secure themselves the Rift Herald. They win the team fight, and it all started with Kino getting caught out. Now, he was heading in the right direction. He was bringing more members of CFO into the fight, but GZ already had the numbers advantage. Pout, though, is able to layer that damage onto Jimmy, and it's just not enough to snipe him down. Rest, able to get that decimating smash to slow GZ down, and we see it here. There's 4 members of GZ versus 2 of CFO. But the damage from Doggo is what brings them around, and Rest is frankly unkillable, Carrix. I don't know how CFO won this fight, actually. I'm lost for words, and it's my job to know words.
Looking at the replay, something I sort of didn't notice in the live fight was Shun just got left alone. He was just in the back of the Herald pit 1v1ing Shadow in melee range. And look, Ziggs is good into Vibe, but not at melee range. That's not a fight that a Ziggs wins. If Shun isn't soloed out, I think he carries the back half of that fight. So we need to just be on the same page here, GZ, and just sort of understand where our carries are, because while everyone else was kiting up, he was kiting down. Shadow has gotten in onto Ejung. There's the ultimate, trying to lock him up, but it's a lot of protection. Can they save him? No, they cannot. The Mega Inferno Bomb just clears the wave, and CFO are back on their feet.
Yeah, look, it was a rocky and slow start, but I'm just seeing CFO win these fights that, quite frankly, Carrick, they still shouldn't be winning here. So, yeah, CFO, they're ahead 400 gold. It's not that much right now, but it's quite the shift from where GZ found themselves even 2 minutes ago at up 1.5k up. Rest has survived the pressure from Ejung, who is dead, and is now able to provide that tanky front line that CFO so desperately needed, picking up that MR, picking up that armor as well. Just a tough nut to crack. Catching up in the CS department too. I mean, is it weird to say this, Carrick? It feels like CFO weathered the storm of GZ's early game, but it also feels like there wasn't a storm to weather.
Yeah, it feels like they weathered the... I mean, we're both from Melbourne, we understand. It's the 20-minute winter where it looks like it's going to be a really, really bad day, and then it all just clears up. So, bit of a weird one, honestly. This game has been difficult to read in a lot of ways. It feels like CFO didn't play to their game plan, but it also looks like GZ maybe have picked a composition that just is a little bit disjointed. There was so much flex in draft that it's ended up with them not necessarily all being on the same page. The one thing that will continue to be a problem, though, and it's sort of where I'm looking at the moment, is Ejung on Gwen. I don't know what the answer to him is. Who is killing him in a side lane?
Yeah, I don't think there's a 1v1 that will beat this Gwen. It's definitely going to need to be a 2v1, or in the 5v5, they're going to need to take Ejung out first. Shun, yes, is a 1.5 item Ziggs, but Doggo is a 2 item Kai'Sa right now, and I just don't think Shun is the number one priority for CFO to have to take out. I think it has to be that Ejung. The CFO, they're bringing numbers down to this mid. They really want to crack this mid tier 1, so they drop Shelly, and Shadow's making a scene towards Shun, who has to respect it, backs away, and boom, there goes the tier 1 mid lane turret. CFO secure the gold, and they crack open that map, and Orca's gotten really quiet, if I have to say, Carrick. I'm not seeing much out of him, but a lot of plays are happening around Kino at the moment.
A lot of plays are happening around Kino. Has been super front-footed, what we always want to see out of our engaged supports. What I'll be watching for Orca is when they do try and collapse on Ejung, because you can't 1v1 him. The answer to the question I asked before is no one. No one can 1v1 him, but when they try and 2v1, 3v1 the Gwen, we need to see the Stand United coming out. And speaking of 2v1 and 3v1s, Rest is being collapsed on, but he's too tanky. They can't kill him when he's got a tower nearby. We'll just be able to clear waves forever. And this Scion in the draft has worked perfectly.
I mean, we can say perfectly if they win the game with it, but right now it's looking damn near perfect, if I do say so myself, guys. I agree with you. It's definitely a very, very strong showing, and if they win with it perfectly, will absolutely be the word that we need to apply. Oh, Rest. Shun suspected something was up and is trying to punish him, but that is a tanky boy, and he's going to walk away from this one, Carricks. It's that game sense, man. Like, these guys are pros, and CFO, they're going to punish that 2v1 on the top side and secure the bot tier 1 for themselves. So really good cross-map plays here. I'm loving what we're seeing.
GZ do answer back with a mid lane tower of their own, getting a little bit of gold onto Jimmyan. But I agree with you what you said. This is reading the situation, just understanding they were over-indexing onto the top side. Really easy for Doggo to walk up. He's now 1,500 gold ahead of Shun. Shadow in the same position. These are two of the really important members to have gold on. Obviously, it would be really nice if Pout was super ahead of Jimmy. But in the end, as long as he can land the Flash Tibbers and it does some damage, which it always will, he's doing his job. The real one-shot is going to come from Doggo. It is going to come from Shadow. And those are the two members that are accelerated.
Yeah, Doggo on this Kai'Sa might only be sort of 1 kill, 1 death, 1 assist. Yeah, nice little dodge away there. But he does have 2 items, the Kraken Slayer as well as fight breaks out.
Oh no. The Shen safety zone wasn't placed correctly. And that means that Scorpion is sent packing. And here comes the one shot, just as I said it would. Down goes Shun. CFO get 2 as easy as you'd like. There's a dragon for them to collect as well, and they are looking dominant once more.
Yeah, CFO will definitely take this one as Izhang looking to try and go in, but will be zoned away, has to respect the numbers advantage. And CFO, they take the second Infernal Drake of the game, the 4th of the game, their second. They're getting ready to sort of contest with the best. But this replay here, do you just see GZ, they melt in the face of this coordinated CFO, and they're able to get onto Shun, and there's just nothing he could do. There was no protection that GZ were able to bring down to protect their APC there. So a great lineup of play as we see Doggo complete that Fiend Hunter as well. The crit coming out of this Kai'Sa, the AD damage coming out of this Kai'Sa goes absolutely off. But GZ, they've called in their first coach comm of the game. Radis taking us for a 45-second discussion with his team, just trying to say, hey, you know, this is our way back in. How do we feel? What are we playing? Maybe giving some recommendations. Obviously, we can't hear what they're saying. This is all hypotheticals. But it's sometimes that removed, top-down kind of perspective that these coaches can bring that can bring you back into the game as a team that's a bit behind. Because right now, GZ, they are 3k down, but they do have the grubs. If they can siege up, they could crack some of these turrets that are still up, Carricks.
That they could. The top lane tower is fairly low, so potentially some gold that they can get back in a few minutes, as they do need to reset that wave. Ejung, still a problem. There's now a 2-item Gwen, has that Riftmaker, has that Dusk and Dawn. There are ways in for Jimmy and all of Ground Zero. You can tell what name I was reading at the time. They have ways in. That Cyclo Sword on the Jace, massively buffed on this patch. He does do a lot of damage. Any mistake from CFO will be punished heavily, but I think the position they're in is that they require a mistake from CFO, and that's just not where you want to be.
Yeah, it's never nice to rely on your opponents making the mistakes when everyone is really good at the game. So mistakes are kind of rare, but sometimes it may not even necessarily be the individual player's mistake. It might just be like a less coordinated team, as Jimmy on this Jace is showing us that lethality poke damage if it lands. Dusk and Dawn, as you mentioned, for Ejung there. So really coming online, that Gwen is going to do so much damage if Ejung is able to find a way onto Pout, Doggo, you know, even Shadow, I dare say. Rest might be the only one that can kind of stand up. Shadow has found a way onto Orca.
Has for now, but they all just back off. Orca is very tanky on the Shen, obviously with that safety bubble as well. As CFO will just keep clearing out vision, keep threatening this Baron, even though they're not going to pull on the trigger on it yet. Pout getting bigger, still only 300 gold behind Jimmy, and this Jace, the flex was clever, but I feel like when you pick Jace, you need to see him further ahead or you're kind of just behind.
Yeah, and picking up that Malignance as well, having that Proto Belt, so mobile, so much more punishing when that Tibbers does land. That Annie sort of combo is that much more dangerous. But one of my favorite things when you take a look at supports is, you know, they're tanking the world, they're diving and thriving, and they've literally only got 1, maybe 2 completed items in the face of all of this. It's such like a juxtaposition to what the rest of the Rift is doing. You've got these 3-4 item monsters, and these guys are just like, yep, I've got a shield, I'm good, let's fight. And I love to see this is sport, man. It warms my heart to see them be so effective with so little item. But the items and the levels are kind of what helps get you over the line, and there is a serious level advantage on the side of CFO. There's 2 levels in the jungle, Carrix. Husha had the early run of that jungle. Husha had the 1v1, but now it feels like Shadow's really come back. He's nearly 40 CS up and over, and 4 kills is a big part of why.
4 kills is a huge part of why Shadow has had a fantastic series, and this game too is a big part of it. This Vi has looked quiet early. I was really questioning why he wasn't linking up with Pout, but as the mid games come around these objectives, he's been basically perfect. Shun has not been able to just sit back 3 screens away, as I sort of suggested, because Shadow is finding insane angles.
And angles is like such a great word, right? Because there's like flanks and there's angles and there's creative engagements that these players can do and execute on. You know, when Kaiser is able to hit you from a bajillion miles away with a Void Seeker, and if they let, oh, Shadow caught on vision.
Does manage to get away though, as the damage onto rest means nothing. This Scion far too tanky, able to walk over the minefield fairly happily. Dragon is pulled. CFO ready to go. Pout has a stun primed. Anyone who steps up has to deal with a Tibbers, has to deal with a rest. Ejung on the back. They know he's there. Dragon down to 3k. Husha is in range. Tibbers has been dropped. Dragon has been secured. They're trying to get the damage onto Ejung, but now CFO just need to run away. Can they get a kill on their way out? No, not quite. Rest flashes over the wall. The escape is on. They paid with Pout's life, but you'll take that trade.
For sure, you lock in that Dragon Soul point. They now find themselves only 4.5 minutes away from bringing that win condition online, and Pout pays the price for it. Not too shabby. Still has the flash as well, and we do go back to this fight. So GZ, they are a coordinated 4 into 5 here. Tibbers missing there, unfortunately, as Husha is able to get that ult on the Kino, preventing that sort of frontline tankiness, being able to protect CFO, and Rest forced to flash away. As you say, Ejung on that Gwen, starting to prove damaging, starting to prove dangerous, as I have to believe that Ejung is building towards that serious magic pen item to be able to get more damage through CFO. They're going to have to really be careful, and they out-damage CFO quite a bit, but that's all in the past, Carrix. We are here in the present, looking toward the future. And to look around, Shadow does get that scuttle, gets that AoE vision. So now CFO know where all the wards are. They have to clear them out before that sort of buff disappears. Orca might be caught. Oh.
May well be, but in they go. It's a flash over a wall. It's an ult onto the backside. Doggo with a lovely dodge of the Impale as well. Husha will be shredded down. It's only a Guardian Angel in exchange, as CFO are basically all full health after picking up 2 kills. They'll stride straight over to the Baron.
Free Baron is the nicest kind of Baron that you could ever want. No APC, no jungler. GZ, they have to contest this one, but I just don't think they stand a chance of winning the contest. It is going down fast. Doggo on this Kaiser is absolutely ripping.
Pout does get jumped on, but the stun comes in immediately. The follow-up wasn't there. Ejung desperate to get the job done, but the work remains unfinished. CFO bear down on Jimmy, they pick him up. They'll claim a Baron, and they are in the driver's seat of this game.
And a clean ace to boot, Carrix. That was 5 members of GZ dead for none of CFOs. As we see it again, Shadow missing his Q goes, you know what? I'm going to flash over the wall and engage on Shun. Like, where did CFO come from? They just blew GZ up. As you said, they got 2 for absolutely nothing. And Ejung, unfortunately, just unable to find a way into the members of CFO to cause any disruption disruption, get any damage down. And right now, it's 5 members of CFO, Baron empowered, pushing into only 3 left of GZ. I have to imagine they're going to get a couple of turrets out of this one because Rest is on the bot side as well. And they even have a wave in the top. So it's this priority, it's this wave management that CFO have been juggling so well while winning these fights, that they're able to get as much value out of these Baron pushes as possible, Carrix. And this mid lane doesn't look like it's going to survive for long either.
I don't think it will, as the weakness of this CFO comp is it is from fairly short range, not actually super easy to siege, even with the Baron buffs. They do need to let these cannons do a fair bit of the work or force a fight, which is obviously very risky. That said, I don't know how much it matters as Doggo is able to just go melee range of the tower. There's no good answer from GZ. The base has been broken. The mid inhibitor is under threat. And look at the damage that Doggo's putting out.
Doggo is in fine form, dare I say. The dogs are barking and there is nothing GZ can do about this. I mean, this Baron still has a minute on it and CFO have gotten so much value. They've got 2 turrets, an inhibitor, and they are not going anywhere else. They just picked up the bot side tier 1, the bot side tier 3, sorry, and that's the inhibitor down 2. They've got a minute on this Baron, 3,000 gold. They're taking the resets. 30 seconds until they can contest for this dragon. So, Shun though, great ult on top of these members of CFO. They are forced to run and run now.
Actually makes a really big difference as well. They're going to get their reset. The Baron recall coming in kind of clutch because now we've only got 20 seconds until the dragon spawns. They're not going to be there right when it spawns. If GZ can just burst this Baron, the dragon, they can deny it. Shadow has a long flank, so even if you get the dragon, you may well lose the game off the back of it.
Yeah, GZ, excellent ult from Shun, but now he doesn't have it for the inevitable team fight. Oh, Shadow might just be spotted there. There is a ward, unless he's able to vault breaker through the wall here.
They see it now. He goes in onto the backside, still not near the dragon, but the damage is coming in from Pout and Doggo. GZ, I liked the idea, but it was too little too late. They don't even get the dragon as Ejung last to fall. No, never mind. Shun's still alive, TPing away. But oh boy, is that a consolation prize as he just has to desperately clear the wave to try and do this last stand. I don't know if he can fight. 4 members of CFO bearing down on the base, looking to take the series. Only 1 minion left. No, it goes down. They move forward onto Shun. He does get into the fountain, but Shadow doesn't want to let him live. Takes him down. There's no minion. CFO can't end the game quite yet. 10 seconds on respawn. They don't know how much CFO cares about them. It's just Orca. Jimmy will be joining him soon. Orca, do not get one shot before your team spawns. Orca has those stacks. Doggo goes in, gets the damage down. Jimmy does a lot on the backside, but it's not enough. Double kill for Doggo. Husha trying to just get out of the fountain. He can't do it. Doggo gets a triple kill. The towers will fall, and CFO pick themselves up at 2-0. And they are looking ahead to playoffs like absolute demons as they knock GZ down. They blow the Nexus up, and CFO, oh my word.
CFO take game 2 as well here in tonight's best of 3 match. 2-0 CFO, a clean sweep against Ground Zero Gaming. Well done and congratulations to CFO. If there was ever a time to come back online, if there was ever a time to make a resurgence, now is that time. They will stay in contention. They will make themselves a little bit safer from elimination and not making that playoff. So fantastic result. Unfortunately, GZ, I felt like they had the tools to take this one, but there was just that one particular fight around the mid game where I feel like they should have won the fight, Carrix, but CFO just outhands them in the moment, and it was just downhill from there. Ejung was the shining star. Ejung was that bright light that I feel like if they rallied around him and forced him into CFO. They could have got away with it, but CFO, they were just that good. They knew their win conditions. They knew keep Ijong away from Doggo, and that was it. That was all she wrote. Doggo was able to get any and every single kill he wanted here tonight, Carrix.
And Doggo, I think, might be staring down the barrel of a player of the match because he looked incredible both games tonight.
Yeah, look at that damage. We see almost more than double of what Shun was able to do here, which is wild. Though, like, to his credit, Jimian was able to get a lot more down than Pout, who was relatively quiet on this Annie. But yeah, the rest of the team stood up. Rest was the front line he needed to be. Shadow survived that sort of early, I want to say, disadvantage into Husha and came back strong, got excellent engages, initiations. And while the damage, it's kind of spread, it was all Doggo, right? It was the Doggo show. It had to be.
Yeah, it really was. Doggo put on an absolute performance, even in that early game from CFO Game 2, where they looked a little bit shaky. Doggo looked great. Doggo knew exactly what the win condition was jumping in perfectly. And even some pretty heroic efforts from Ijong in some of these team fights were just not enough. CFO, look, it might have taken them a little bit of a time to get going, but they're in 5th gear, and looking ahead to playoffs, this team might make a run.
They possibly can. Like we were saying, they're scaling up. The strength of schedule is working in their favor at the moment. They're able to take these wins, and it's important to take these wins when you get the opportunity, right? Sometimes you'll come up against teams and you're like, this is going to be a really difficult task. And then you come up against teams where it's relatively even matched and you go, if we can win this, this will elevate us. This will put us in a better position. And it's so important to take those wins where and when you can. And CFO did that right here, right now in a clean sweep. And as you said, Doggo, player of the match, 1,215 damage per minute in Game 2, Carrix.
Yeah, I mean, that is ridiculous. A KDA of 19 and 17, that's pretty dominant, if you ask me. This was it's an interesting one to get it started, given how much we've been praising CFO. Shadow was a little bit too aggressive in this play, but overall, CFO, they've found their groove. They're linking up together, and particularly that bot lane with Kino coming in, they just look completely different. They look like one of the best bot lanes in our league.
Well, like we said, Kino has played with Doggo before, so they already have that synergy. Kino is a veteran. He's played with Doggo, I think it was Beyond Gaming a few years back, and he's bringing that experience, he's bringing that synergy, that relationship to fruition here. And I feel like it's a level of trust too. Doggo goes, I know this guy, I can play around this guy, I know how he plays. He's my aggressive support. And sometimes that's what you need as an AD. You need those aggressive supports to get those really fantastic engage angles. And Kino's proving able to be the support that Doggo needs to get Doggo online, and that's when CFO is at their best, when Doggo is an absolute menace, when Rest is able to tank and frontline. The rest of the team, when that's happening, just need to do a good job, but Shadow does a great job and Pout does a good to great job. It's so good to see them coming back here, Carrix, because they were our absolute superstars of 2025. They had a rough split 1 and they didn't have the greatest start here in Split 2, but you can always turn it around. The split's not done yet, and CFO, they know that. They're looking to keep it alive here. They want to make playoffs.
And, I mean, with this win, I think they're super favored to make playoffs as well. This is, you know, we're a 16 playoffs region. If they can dodge that bottom 2 slots, which I think they're very likely, they can make a run in playoffs. Now, it's not going to be an easy run. They will be starting in the bottom end of playoffs, but a run is a run. And right now, I think CFO, they only need to level up like a little bit more to be challenging the SoftBank Hawks, your Team Secret Wales.
Yep, absolutely. As we do go through these replays, we do see these fights where CFO just so convincingly wiped GZ from the Rift. They took every and anything that they wanted, all the objectives. But enough about match one. We're looking ahead at match two. Team Secret Wales, our #1 team in the LCP with the most championship points as well here, Carrix. They are definitely, dare I say definitely, going to MSI, bar an absolute disaster run in playoffs. Our winner of playoffs will go to MSI, and our second most championship points will also secure a spot at MSI this year.
That they will, and we still got a little bit of a ways to go to decide all of that. But Team Secret Wales are very, very close to locking themselves in. A win today, I actually think, locks them into MSI. I haven't quite done the maths. But this is the team undefeated in the league. Can they be stopped? I know there was sort of a whip around of a bunch of different casters in all the different languages and LCP community members to ask them. My answer was that if anyone's going to do it, it's actually this team right in front of us.
Yeah, whilst I don't think that I think they will go undefeated, I do think that MVK will take a game from them. These guys have been absolutely fantastic here in the LCP. They're currently tied in second place in the championship standings, which is a testament to their synergy, which is a testament to their adaptability. Again, we've said it before, and we'll probably say it again later. These were the VCS Split 1 champions, and they literally, MVK just took them and slotted them straight bang into the LCP in Tier 1, and they're performing, Carrick, so I genuinely think they can at least take a game off of Team Secret Wales. But let's take a look at these head-to-heads here.
Yeah, Eddie and Harky, we're going to be talking about ADC, see if they can live up to the performance that Doggo just put on. Because I think this is where this matchup is decided. Harky had a lot of hype when he was promoted from the VCS up to the LCP roster. And coming up against Eddie, who is making a very strong case for himself as the best Vietnamese ADC, at least in a very long time. I'm so excited for this one.
Yeah, and you've got to remember, both of these players are 2 times player of the matches as well. Eddie in Split 1 went undefeated on Yunara and Kai'Sa into the playoffs. So it's a tall order, but I feel like if anyone can do it, Harky can, Carrix. But we will find out straight after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile. Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
On. Showdown. Duro. Taki. Mako. The hands. Kino. Vista. Makix. Duro.
Oh.
Mako. The hands. Duro. Taki. Vista. Woody. Duro. Taki. Mako. Shulong. On. Woody. Kino. On.
Oh.
Taki. Kino. Woody. The hands.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more.
I've had enough being still and sitting quiet. 'Cause when I'm with you, everything feels like a riot. Go back to that place where we can always be defined.
好的，来到了下半场的比赛 ，VCS 赛区的内战也是 LCP 前段班的对决。首先要进场的队伍，用5个字来概括他们这赛季的表现，就是强、猛、凶、劲、霸。他们强大，他们嗜血，他们准备要迎接全胜，他们就是秘密金鱼 TSW。上路棒，打野 Histo， 中路 D-Ray， 下路 Eddie， 辅助 BA， 教练 Warhorse。而紧接着要登场，准备要向秘密金鱼发起挑战的队伍，他们前后已经出海逮捕了鱼神，逮捕了飞牡蛎，紧接着要往金鱼而来，他们就是全新的越南小将 MVK。上路 Kratos， 打野 Guri， 中路 Chica， 下路 Harky， 辅助 Silong， 教练 Big Coral。好的，那么维京人的船呢已经起航了，究竟会被金鱼的血盆大口给一口吞下去，还是一样要来逮捕金鱼上岸呢？比赛马上开始。
Thank you very much to the LCP Arena host, Tommy. That was a fantastic introduction as we find ourselves back, Carricks, here in LCP Week 6 for tonight's second matchup. It is Team Secret Wales versus MVK, and Carricks, you love a good VCS derby, mate.
Oh, I absolutely do. They're my absolute favorite matchups, and I always think they're the ones that can deliver the most chaos, the most fun, and the most violence. I would say if anyone's going to stop Team Secret Wales, it is MVK, because these players have just known each other for so long.
Known each other, worked together, won together. They have done it all, and they could be the ones to prevent Team Secret Wales undefeated split 2. But that's in the future. We'll worry about that when we get there, because right now, Team Secret Wales, they are looking absolutely dominant. They are winning everything, everywhere. But I do just want to take a hot little second here. I hope everybody enjoyed that sort of walk on, you know, how the players come through the back of the LCP arena there, because come May 16th, teams will now be making the entrance from the stage rather than from the back of the arena. So unfortunately, I think that was maybe one of the last fist bumps we'll get to see. We have tomorrow night. But yeah, May 16, there'll be no more walk-ons from behind. It will be from the entrance of the stage. However, enough about that, Carricks. We're here for the 2v2 matchup to determine first selection.
This is always a fun one, of course. We love to see it. Love to see where these teams will go, what shenanigans they might have planned. And the Vietnamese teams do often deliver on that front. MVK in particular, you can see from their bans that they've had some spicy stuff in the past.
Yeah, look, those series bans, they are all split long. Once you play them, you cannot play them again. It is Fearless Split, if you will. And we do get some individual bans that can come through per 2v2 matchup as well. We do see Lee Sin and Draven banned away here. Team Secret Wales not wanting to give that over to Chica and Guri, who respond in kind by banning away Pantheon and Urgot. All right. They don't want Pun getting Urgot. I like the ban, but Cho'Gath and Jace locked in.
Cho'Gath is a fun one. Not a champion we see a lot of on the actual Rift. Maybe Pun side posting something that he's going to play today. That would be an exciting one for sure, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But Avaris Set, oh my goodness, Set the boss. Been a hot minute since we've seen Set on the Rift here. Just locked in Carricks. Love it, absolutely love it. It's like, if you recall, Pun brought out Set with that Team Secret Wales versus Relove DCG grand final matchup and absolutely annihilated them with that. So I'm sure that MVK here are trying to do the same thing back to Pun, which would just be poetic irony, really, if they're able to do it. But ultimately, it's a 2v2. It's for first selection. It doesn't mean overly much. It's just like, we're going to warm up here. We're going to get some practice in. We're going to have a cheeky bit of fun. And we take a look at those items, and it is almost all damage across the board, except that door and shield from Set, and the cloth armor.
Yeah, just getting a little bit of tank stats to try and survive the onslaught. As Pun just steps up. Ooh, the face breaker though, immediately landing. We're going hard in the paint early. Big haymaker lands onto his toe. He's got a flash away, and Team Secret Wales don't like that first clash.
Yeah, they definitely were the ones aiming for it. They advanced forward and they got a great stun. The Cho'Gath stun into those bushes, but they were unable to convert with his toe missing that poke coming out of Jace. MVK able to push back, drive Team Secret Wales away, who take a recall. MVK seeing this, take a recall of their own, and looks like Chica has an early advantage. 1 CS up over absolutely everybody.
It's hilarious that 3 champions recalled before a single creep went down. Really just going back to say hello to the base, but Chica's in a lot of trouble. Has to flash away now. Another face breaker from Guri is good. Haymaker also good. Chica layers the damage, and bang! MVK will pick up the first. One more between them and first selection.
And that's exactly it. For first selection, the first team to get 2 kills, the first team to take a turret, or when it goes to sudden death, the first team to get a kill wins. And if you win side selection, you get the... Oh, his toe.
Gory didn't quite have the haymaker there, so not able to give that big swing back. Let's be very careful. Going to take a lot of damage. Recall will have to come in. But level 6 is now looking terrifying.
Yeah, and Histo even took a turret shot for his troubles, which is not great. So I feel like they might want to push this tower out and Histo take a recall. And there it is. Histo is taking that recall. You can't risk anything right now. Having already given a kill over to MVK, they are advantaged. They do have that sort of free death in their pocket, as we do find Guri just running back to lane. Is like, hey, here I am ready to go. I am gonna brawl with the best of them here, because as a reminder, first selection, the winning team gets to pick either red or blue side first or second pick first, and then the second pick goes over to their opponents. So there is a little bit riding on the line here tonight. There's a good stun from Pun, but he is forced to run away because Guri had great positioning in those bushes with that set. The threat of a set is just unreal, but he doesn't have flash. He does have to just walk at you.
He does, but Set walks pretty quick when he pops that Q, runs at you. As Chica blew flash, not flash, ghost and ult there, just to get a little bit of damage down onto his toe. A little bit over-aggressive, but they are in a very dominant position. It's tricky here, because the problem with something like this Cho'Gath, it is pretty tanky early on. You don't necessarily want to be super tanky into a set, because it just means it's going to do more damage when he dunks you down onto your teammate.
Yeah, but if you look at it, if you've got an ult, use your ult, because if it's not on cooldown, it's being wasted. So I really like the aggressive play there from Chica. However, using that ghost obviously was to try and make sure it landed, but they now have that slight disadvantage, right? They don't have the ults, but they do have the level advantage over Team Secret Wales, who are currently down significantly in CS and experience because they lost that early trade, Carricks.
That they did as Pun chunked out. Guri just absorbing this damage. Set, of course, one like little thing that comes into play in the Howling Abyss specifically. That matters on Summoner's Rift as well, but on the Howling Mist. Set just has really high base health regen because of his passive. So he's just able to weather the storm. And now the tower's under threat. I think we're just going to see the second tower victory of tonight.
Yeah, kind of unusual that we got back-to-back tower takes to seal the deal for first selection here, Carrix. Not exactly the explosiveness that we're used to as MVK. They have picked second pick, and Team Secret Whales have gone for the blue side. So, yeah, like we were saying, really unusual to see VCS teams not be explosive, not go absolutely, fight mode as often and crazily as possible, but it gets the job done. They win the slow, drawn-out game, they get the turret and first selection, and yeah, that's all she wrote for our 2v2 matchup, Carrix, because now the brains behind the outfits, now the coaches and the head coaches, they're really trying to dial their teams in. Big Koro and SOFM here, just going, what can we do to kind of get the edge on our opponents? MVK, we know that they can cook in this kitchen, and when they do, they come up with some really good results. They usually pick some really left of field off meta champs here, Carrix, and I'm really wondering if we'll see that here again tonight.
It will be interesting. I think this game could go a lot of ways. One of the things when we see these sort of intra-region derbies, when there is an underdog like MVK, look, I've been digging them up. I've been saying if anyone's going to do it, it's them. But they are still an underdog. I do need to stress that. This is Team Secret Whales. Is you can throw a really off-meta draft at them just to see if you can sort of catch them on their tendencies, throw them off their game. I think I'd like to see MVK try that, particularly just in game one. If you can just get game one, maybe you knock Team Secret Whales just off their stride a little bit.
Yeah, and sometimes it's that sort of meta game, right? Sometimes it's the all three games that can define those best of three series. If you're able to win that game and get that momentum, get that mental edge over your opponents, it can be enough. But this is Team Secret Whales. They were our LCP Split 1 champions. They are undefeated so far, so it's going to take a lot of mental edge, Carrix, in order to be able to win over them. And we do see these bans coming through. Ash banned away from Haki and Shulong there, because you would probably soft ban the Seraphine with that one. Nocturne taken away. I love the Nocturne ban. This is a VCS derby, Carrix. That paranoia, so valuable to whichever team is able to pick it up. But in response, Oriana, J4, both banned away, Carrix.
Yeah, kind of surprised to see Oriana banned away. It's not a pick that Dire has really gravitated towards. Obviously, it's a little bit weaker on the patch as well. The loss of Phase Rush hurt that character as well. Obviously, does play fairly nicely with the Death by a Touch, but a little bit maybe behind the times. Is Rise banned out as well? That's what I was going to say, is like Dire would be pretty happy with Rise, but won't be able to get that one. Would love to see an early pick for the bot lane here. Just lock away something for BA or Eddie. Though Rumble being left up, I guess you can't really say no.
Yeah, Rumble demands being picked, quite frankly. If you get the composition around him, you get the AP mid laner and AD everywhere else, he's able to layer a lot of damage. However, J4 has been banned as well. So right now, Team Secret Whales doesn't look like they're going to have that lockdown that lets the equalizer get maximum value, but even then you can use it for really effective spacing. However, MVK have secured themselves one of the premier bot lane duos with Ezreal and Karma. So Eddie and BA are already up against it here, Carrix. But respond with a Jhin Bard. How does that one make you feel?
Not good, honestly. I think giving away Ezreal Karma is a pretty dire decision. Team Secret Whales kind of throwing down the gauntlet that they think they can win even if Eddie and BA don't have the best time, at least in terms of picks. Eddie is a really good Jhin. We've seen this multiple times throughout his career. He is able to just sit back. He does have very high impact on this champion. But Jhin is simply not a hyper carry. It's just not what the champion does. And on this patch, Ezreal really, really does.
Yeah, we'll be interesting to see how Harky's able to pilot this Ezreal into the Jhin of Eddie, because as we said before, this patch brought some AP scaling changes, this AP damage changes to Ezreal, so it's actually kind of viable now, so you can sort of incorporate that, weave that into your damage profile and get a little extra, I guess, penetration, right? Because it makes tanks have to build more MR and less the armor. It has value. So I'm really glad to see that coming through. But Nefiri has been picked up by MVK nice and early. So Guri on that Nefiri is going to be looking to get those ganks. He's going to be looking to snowball any advantage, any lead that he can get, because once a Nefiri is ahead and stays ahead, that is a dangerous and scary thing to have to deal with, Carrix. But we got those second round of bans.
Yeah, and I feel like with the Nefiri being picked up as well, MVK, are they playing blind pick? Like, they're just getting the top tier in every role so far. They have to be pretty psyched. Kratos just getting himself an Ornn as well. That makes a lot of sense. You don't want to play around top lane when you have an Ezreal Karma. You want to be sending the pressure down to the bot lane. Just getting something that he can chill out on. We saw in Series 1. Yeah, you will lose lane to Rumble, but that's fine. You will recover, and when the mid lane comes, when mid game comes, you will be unkillable.
And unkillable is everything that you really, really need to be if you're frontlining, quite frankly. And Ornn can do that in spades. However, Aurora picked up for the mid lane that extremely high burst AP mid laner with great mobility. Could be the answer here, able to get a lot of magic penetration. And it looks like Team Secret Whale's hovering this Lee Sin, though it was Graves before, might want to answer aggression with aggression of their own as Oh, we got juked, Carrix. They lock into Pantheon at the last possible second. I really like that pick, that global pressure that Pantheon is able to apply there, Carrix. I really think they'll be able to utilize that, take the initiative, and get to places first. So good pick.
Pantheon is a good pick here. Histo will be happy with this one. I'd love to see this Victor locked in. This is a pick that's risen in priority with that new rune, that Deathfire Touch. He's able to use it to really horrific effectiveness. Look, Team Secret, if you turn the nameplates off, this looks like one of the most won drafts I've ever seen. MVK have made out like absolute bandits here.
They've definitely got really strong champs in every single role. High priority champions that, I mean, anyone would feel lucky to get their hands on. Team Secret Whale's Bard is up there, Aurora and Rumble are up there, but I don't think Jhin and sort of Pantheon are in the same stratosphere, if you will, as their opponents. So it will come down to pilot diff. It will come down to who has the better hands in these matchups. And quite frankly, with the position Team Secret Whales finds themselves in, I would lean towards them before these games have started. But coaches, they've done the fist bump and they're walking off stage here, Carrix, as we get to those LCP fan signs.
And as we get towards our first game in this VCS derby that we're always so happy to watch, or at least I am. These are players I've watched for so long. I've watched so many phases of their careers. Team Secret Whales looking for this undefeated split to continue. But game one, I feel, look, let me put it this way. If they can win this game one, they can win any game ever.
You really think it's that much of a draft if that's actually massive? As Team Secret Whales, though, they're expecting MVK to come charging down to apply those wards. And MVK, they're just not going to do it. But let's take a look at these skins here. We've got Glizzy Nefiri. I think a lot of people would argue that that's the best one. What about yourself, Carrix?
That's the best skin in the game. That skin's amazing. So. I love silly skins. And if I have the option to play a silly skin, I will play a silly skin every time. The only exception is Kindred.
Yeah, Yeah, I do love how, like, April Fools, they release, like, a bunch of silly skin lines. Like, I think there was, like, a clown Shaco or something, and you get, like, bubble skins, and, yeah, it's nice bit of levity.
I do understand the skin you're talking about, but I do like the idea of a skin being Clown Shaker. I'd love that if he was a clown. It's like Mundo.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? They should do that.
Early
as we see
aggression.
in offside.
They have done that, as Eddie does have to flash away, takes a huge amount of damage. Sulong takes a bit in punishment, but that's a recall early from Eddie, and I told you, this bot lane's not fun.
Yeah, I mean, Shulong aggression with that Karma has been rewarded. Eddie no longer has the flash, but Harky still has that flash. So you take that any day of the week, a support flash for an AD flash, sending them home early. It's going to get you a CS advantage. It's going to get you an experience advantage. So a great start for Harky and Shulong into this, dominant bot side of Eddie and BA. And if this is the tempo, if this is the expectation of the rest of the game, Team Secret Wales will be up against it. However, it is only 2 minutes into the game. Great barrier from Harky. It is only 2 minutes into the game, and there's still a lot of time left to play out. Chica.
D-Ray in trouble as well, pushed back. You don't want to play short-range mages into Victor. It's not very fun. This Victor, of course, doesn't need to pick up kills or anything. This is a scaling control mage, but able to force D-Ray back early. Finally, we get to a lane where Team Secret Wales isn't getting pushed in. Whew. Thank you, Pan.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't expect Pan to get pushed in, especially on like that aggressive top laner of Rumble. Ornn, not the best at sort of pushing in the early game, but obviously we know he'll scale. He has that grasp of the Undying and the Doran shield. He's happy to trade all day, and we'll just sit and recover as our junglers trade Scuttle Crabs here. And the first Drake is up in a minute and a half, but if we do take a look at the summoners, Eddie still has his barrier and flash, so fairly standard. Guri spotted out in Team Secret Wales jungle, is forced to escape over the wall, and his toe will secure his camp, keeping a pace with the aggression of Guri on that Neferi Carrix.
Yeah, just able to just send the dog packing, make sure everything's even enough. His toe just, a little bit ahead, one camp up at the moment. Nothing super important though, but still good to track. It's always, we want to know where the wards are, where the junglers are being spotted. I do think this is going to be a fairly slow early game though. I don't really think we're going to be sending too much down to the bot lane. Maybe we can go for a play on the top side, but diving at Ornn is a bit of a fool's errand.
Yeah, Ornn is just very tanky generally at all times. Even if he's sort of slower at the start, he's still very survivable, and Kratos is definitely a competent and capable top laner there, so I wouldn't expect a dive to come through. But notably, Eddie, after being sent packing early, has actually really caught up in CS to Harky as well, so he's definitely not letting that early play against him push him down and out. He's playing this very well, but Harky will catch up when the wave crashes into him, and priority now being fought for because the Drake is up in 15 seconds. We see his toe in his top side though, so he's not close to that Drake. Guri though is taking a recall, so they're definitely not going for this Drake nice and early here. They're just playing that slow, methodical, measured game right now, Carrix, which you do love to see, because the more League of Legends we get, the better. Would love to see MVK take at least one game here in tonight's best of 3, and the way they're playing right now, Carrix, I really think they could do it.
Yeah, look, as I said before, if they're going to take a game, this kind of draft is the game that they'll take. It's still an uphill battle. I've been talking a lot about the draft, but we cannot forget that nameplates can be turned on, and we'll be reminded that Team Secret Wales is on the Rift. Very difficult to beat. That was actually a lovely passage of play there by Harky, though. Getting a huge amount of damage down onto BA, really weaving those Qs through the wave. Chica is here first. More members of MVK here. They'll force the Scuttle Crab down. This will be early vision for MVK, as turns out when your bot lane has priority, you get the Scuttle Crab. Oh, topside Kratos kills him!
We'll need to see the replay on that one.
On,
Didn't expect the
on.
soul. Didn't expect to see the solo bolo coming out of Kratos on that top side, running purely defensive items there as well. Thank you very much. As we see it here, Kratos is pushed up under his tier 1 turret. Starts to trade forward pun. Yeah, gets the knock up, ults over the top. It's the full on combo. Equalizer does go down, but it's just not enough. Q, breath, so close, but Kratos too clean with it, Carrix.
Yeah, just not paying enough respect there to the Ornn damage, and this is not good. We've been setting up, you know, Ornn just wants to survive this lane. He will scale, but picking up early kills, something this Ornn, you know, can do. If you don't respect Ornn's range and that burst combo with the brittle passive, he will just kill you. Pun, got to sort that one out because you're not meant to be behind in this matchup.
Yeah, and I definitely didn't think Pun would lose a 1v1 topside match. He's definitely one of the best top laners we have in the league, so props to Kratos. He got it. It was a solo. There's no... You can't take that kill away from him. That was a hands, diff, and a bit. And it keeps MVK sort of slightly ahead in that gold lead, right? He's 350 gold of the 200 to 300 gold lead. It's mostly over to Kratos there, but that top side, fantastic play. We're going back to it again. Pun, gonna respect it a little more this time around. 12 seconds until the grubs are up, and the first Drake hasn't even been taken yet, and it doesn't even look like either of the junglers are worried about going for it. I mean, Carrix, their ults are online. I have to imagine Histo is going to start wanting to use that ult to turn trades into Team Secret Wales' favor.
It's an interesting one because I think where he wants to go is he wants to go under the bot lane tower. He wants to try and get a dive as Eddie is bound up. The Nefari's here is in range, tagged up. Magical Journey gets him to safety. That should be the priority needed to start up a dragon here for MVK. Just good play. Super non-committal by Guri. Didn't actually pull the trigger on the ult, but because it was there, Team Secret Wales had to just full retreat.
Yeah, they absolutely had to respect it as D-Ray goes in on Chica here. Ben, it's an even trade of damage so far. Both ultimates popped. Both of them will walk away, but that priority that MVK secured for themselves in the jungle and the bot side of Team Secret Wales, they're not even close to contesting this right now. The first Drake of the game will go over to MVK and the aggression of Guri. He's out CSing his toe right now. He's out proactiving, he's out initiativing his toe at the moment, and all his toe can do is sort of react and get what he's allowed to get, because Guri's just first at the moment, Carrix, and it's great to see.
It is, and this is where I know I sound like a broken record, but I go back to questioning draft. We gave away Ezreal Karma. Okay, sometimes you have to give things away. You can't get the best thing in every role, or at least you shouldn't be able to. But maybe Histo should be playing Neferi. I think this is a champion that's just been a little bit disrespected by Team Secret Wales. I just think Neferi is the best jungler on the patch. I think Jarvan is also in contention for that, but I think Neferi, the things that it can do, particularly in, you know, a VCS derby in the LCP, it's just a perfect champion for the shape that these games often take. I just think Team Secret Wales should have picked it up for themselves.
Look, I can't disagree with you there, mate. We were talking about how once a Neferi gets ahead, and if they can stay ahead, they can literally snowball the game for the entire team. They're just so hard to stop. And right now, Guri is, while there hasn't been any kills for Guri, and it was the solo ball on the top side, he's showing the signs. He's got the sparks of, I will get a kill and I will take that lead and I will snowball that lead, and you all need to be scared, because he's got some juicy targets to work with here. That Jhin and that Aurora could just die before they could respond to what that Neferi can bring down, as that Hubris is picked up as well. So he's definitely looking to get kills as quickly and as soon as possible, and he's found BA on the bot side, able to sort of respect the potential there. But 3 members of MVK in the mid, they're pushing forward for that priority, and vision control right now. I mean, MVK, they've got it in the jungle of Team Secret Whales Carricks.
Something just interesting. I need to. Oh, hang on a second. We'll have to come back to it. As Histo has jumped in, Guri is here, but I don't know if you can do anything to this Neferi because they're zoned away on the other side of the fight. Dire cannot join. Haki lands a big shot, doing a lot of damage. The magical journey just is used to get out. Dire in trouble as over the wall goes Guri. There's the between worlds. Good stuff, but Chica bearing down. Brings in the laser with the last bit of his mana. That is a kill picked up for the victor.
Yeah, that fight did not look good for Team Secret Whales. MVK had the run of that from start to finish. Just Kratos goes in on pun here too. The equalizer. He knows what happened.
Yeah, just trading ults. It's all right as we will clear out the wave. What I wanted to bring up, and it's going to come up in this replay. I'll come back to it after we have a look at this.
Yeah, Histo does go in. He thinks he's in a 1v1 here, but MVK get the better of D-Ray on the backside, forcing him away. Haki responding and gets so much damage down, but Chica very tidily nearly 1v1ing D-Ray, who does so well to get away from Guri's engage here. Chica, though, has that flash, able to follow and finish. So I really like the pressure Guri was able to apply their characters, driving Team Secret Whales further and further away, getting that priority on the bot and through the jungle. And MVK, they're the first to call in the coach comms as well here. Big Koro dialing in, 1 of 3, 45 seconds. And Seal, not to be outdone, responds with his own coach comms. It's a coach comm battle here.
There's 12 voices on the Rift. But what I've wanted to point out, we've just got a moment to finally sort of talk about it, is Chica's upgraded his W. Obviously, normally on Victor, we see that E upgrade first because it's so good with just wave clear. You can just go up, you one-shot the casters, you basically one-shot the melee minions. But he's actually upgraded his W, so every single spell he's landing is slowing. A big reason why Dire wasn't able to do anything in that last fight is he had to walk through Chica. He put the Chaos Storm on top of him, and it wasn't necessarily about the damage. It was just like, you are just slowed by 15%. You can never access this fight. It doesn't matter what else happens. Dire is not participating in this fight.
Which is huge, right? Because we were talking about how one-shot Aurora can be when she's online. She can just absolutely combo and blow you up in the blink of an eye. So if she isn't able to get that access, she isn't able to lay that damage down, she becomes essentially useless for a lot longer than you would like. So a great read there from Chica to be able to index heavily into that W, as you say, has started to get some stacks with that Dark Seal too, and even though they're down nearly 20 CS, they are still up in gold over D-Ray, so it's effectively negating the CS lead too. Shulong showing the power of that Karma, just walks fearlessly into these jungles and gets that poke down. And BK, they do see Team Secret Whales coming though, Carricks. The TPs are on, it's a fight.
It is the fight, but the gravity well down on top of the teleport. D-Ray slowed again as Chica's in a lot of trouble. Chica is going to be taken out of this fight before it really starts. They engage back in. The dragon does go over to Team Secret Whales, and MVK are in so much trouble. Guri over the wall can't get away as Kratos now has to try and run. He's just a big boy. Ornn trying to charge away, but Eddie bearing down. They're going to give up the chase, but it's a 2-for-1 dragon to Team Secret Whales. They fire back.
Yeah, they had to respect the damage of a full health Eddie on the back end of that fight. He still had Pun and his support in tow there. We see these TPs being committed. Pun came from the backside and got a great equalizer. Burnt Chica down and out, so heavy, so fast with D-Ray closing it out. Then Team Secret Whales, with that numbers advantage, were able to just take the rest of the fight there. BA forced to flash away from Guri, but Guri was already dead because D-Ray was able to get that poke as he went over that wall. So numbers advantage, they get the Drake, happy days for Team Secret Whales, and they take the gold advantage back too. They now 400 gold up, and we do take a look at that damage. Pun on the Rumble was able to get so much, and so much of it down onto Chica critically, right? Before he could do anything or contribute to that fight, he was just dead. So great play, good pincer maneuver from Team Secret Whales Carricks, and now they convert that into the Rift Herald, which will be uncontested as we see Shulong taking that recall. And yeah, I mean, MVK, they've had a great start so far. Team Secret Wales have just leveled the playing field. MVK could definitely still come away with this one.
Yeah, by no means is this game over, but this is what we sometimes see out of Team Secret Wales. It actually hasn't come up a huge amount because this is a very well-coached team. But sometimes, yeah, the draft doesn't go super well for Team Secret Wales. The early game doesn't necessarily go to plan. But they're just really good at pressing the buttons on their keyboard, Logan. They're really good at pressing the buttons on their keyboard.
Give me one of their keyboards. I want to be just as good as these guys, but it's more than a keyboard that makes the button. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're all sponsored by ROG, right? I'm sponsored by ROG, so like that kind of makes sense. Great flash from Shulong there, not to get caught out by BA with that tempered fate, and just showing the value, right? Just getting that pressure, getting that free flash for an ult. You take that any day of the week, Carrix.
That you do. Sulong has to play much safer, but of course it's only the support flash. Not the most valuable one. Not to say that BA is not happy with it, of course. And BA is such an aggressive player. He just constantly makes plays like that. BA, look, he's a bit of a psychopath sometimes when he plays sort of non-engaged supports. Bard's, you know, Bard's Bard. He's an engaged support. He's an enchanter. He's a little bit of everything. He's Bard. But he just plays it like a Nautilus. He just walks into the enemy jungle and says, what are you going to do about it, huh? What are you going to do? As there he is, he just walks up to Guri. What are you going to do about it? I'm going to magical journey away. He's just pushing you. It's just like pushing your chest. Like, what are you going to do? You going to do something? Huh?
As we do see his toe. He was building up those passive charges on the Pantheon there to get some extra damage or, you know, extra options available to him, but Guri did just run past, so Histo was able to turn on his red buff. Guri, however, he is out CSing Histo, and relatively significantly, that's about a 30 CS diff. So the rest of Team Secret Wales, they're the ones making up the CS diff here, trying to keep them in contention with that gold. And we have started to see these lane rotations come through as well. The mid laners down in the bot side, but the top laners, they're still chipping away at it. Kratos, now with that Kainic Rookern, able to soak and absorb the damage. Pun on that Rumble wants to do all that much better. And remember, folks, that 10% extra health, MR, and armor just proves so invaluable. It gets more value the longer the game goes, more value, the more damage you put down onto that Ornn. So it's not over yet, Carrix. Eddie, though, he's picked up his second item. He could be doing a lot of damage real quick.
He is going to do a lot of damage, and then he's going to have to reload. That is, of course, the problem with Jhin. Why he struggles to be as much of a carry as other ADCs. Guri, good jump away there, sort of buffering the stun. But you were talking about it not being over, and I want to stress it's really not over. Yeah, Team Secret Wales, they're a fantastic team. They're the favorite in the matchup. There's no question. But this is a great scaling draft for MVK. Yeah, you're 1,000 gold down. That's fine. The Rumble damage is going to become less relevant into someone like Kratos. Nefiri does play really well into backlines, particularly in mobile ones like Jhin. And Ezreal and Victor are just scaling things. As this game goes on, MVK is going to be into more and more of a comfort zone.
We do see a tussle, though, breaking out around this Drake. A TP being committed here from Pun on that Rumble, so they have the team members around. However, Kratos, he's also TPing. Carrix, we are in for a fight here around this third Drake of the game. MVK, they're pushing in.
MVK playing this one a little bit non-committal. They're not bringing Haki down. There's just a true shot rush. They're going to give up the dragon, but they just wanted to keep Team Secret Wales there so that they could get the mid lane tower in exchange. They don't actually get it. Haki not quite able to do the damage. So in the end, it's all Team Secret Wales. They get a dragon, they get a tower, they add just a little bit more to the gold lead.
Yeah, I really like the Rift Herald being dropped there as well. It gave Team Secret Wales the option of running the Rift Herald through the fight, because you notice when it was dropped, MVK started to back away and try and get out of that river. And so I think Team Secret Wales, they were happy. It got the job done, and so they sent it to that bot side. So really great play coming out of Team Secret Wales. The Drake, the turret, the prio, just everything for them comes up pretty well. The Baron is on the rift, so BA prioritizing getting some of that vision down, which is such a critical component of being a good support, right? Is vision control. You want to make sure that your team knows what the enemy team is doing as often as possible, wherever possible. And Bard is so good at those sort of deep roams, is able to get heavily into enemy territory and get back out once those wards are placed. But we do see Kratos, he's actually, the first item he's upgraded is the Hubris on Guri's Nefiri. What do you think about that one, Carix? I kind of like it.
Yeah, I like it a lot as well, but Kratos is going to have to find his way out of that one. Calls in the ult, but no chance to redirect it. BA being here as well means this is a one-way trip. Burns his flash, is going to try and get away, has a lot of movement speed, but the magical journey will put paid to this Ornn. Does buy enough time that they get a mid lane tower in trade, so died for a good cause, Kratos.
Yeah, it took them so long to kill him that I noticed on the minimap, MVK, they weren't coming to save Kratos. They collapsed in that mid lane and, as you say, secured themselves that mid lane tier 1 because no members of Team Secret Whales were around. But a deep TP coming through here. Chica might be caught out.
Yeah, Chica in a fair bit of trouble as D-Ray has gotten on top of him. The Proto Belt does buy a lot of distance. Good dodging, Chica. Breaking ankles, Chica. Can't quite do it, but Pun gets the shield.
That shield.
We have another fight immediately, though, as Jin opens up the curtains. Guri wants to walk forward towards him. Does get stunned up by Histo. No more damage coming out. That W doesn't land. Do they want to keep going? They absolutely do. As Histo blocks a huge amount of damage, but the magical journey, Sulong will come along. Sulong might regret it as he falls down, but Haki gets on top of Eddie. The blast cone is good. BA going low, lands that Q. Now Punt coming in and bang! Pop goes the Ezreal. It's only Guri left in the fight with Punt bearing down on him. He's got friends coming. He's got Kratos joining the fight. Punt has tangled with him before. Doesn't necessarily want to do it again as Guri still lurking around. D-Ray trying to recall, can't quite do it. In comes the ult. They're going to try and get onto Pun with Chica teleporting back in. It's round 4 of the fight and ding, ding, ding. We finally throw in the towel.
Pun over-aggressing, overly confident, just kept that fight going for so long that members of MVK respawned and rejoined the fight. I really do think that unfortunately Pun made the error there and D-Ray made the right call to kind of play at distance, play over the walls, because the moment Kratos came back, it was a 2v2 and it was disadvantage for Team Secret Whales on those health bars, and it bought enough time for Chica to come back and just give that one over to Pun. So it is 6 kills aside, 1,500 gold lead over to Team Secret Whales, 2 Drakes for Team Secret Whales and 1 for MVK. But we've got 1 minute until the next Drake Carrix, and Baron is on the rift. That is an option for whichever team is able to get that sort of wave pressure, the minions pushed up and pull the trigger. There's no vision in the Baron pit itself. It's just around it right now as Seal takes that second coach comm of the game for Team Secret Whales here. Probably trying to guide them through this late mid-game, probably to late game by now. I reckon this has got another 10 minutes left yet, Carrix.
I think it depends which way we sort of go. If Team Secret Whales are going to win, I think I agree it will be in the next 10 minutes. Oh, Histo caught out, but that shield does a good job keeping him alive. Teleport was called as well. Might have been a little bit over-aggressive there to really call in the TP. Haki gets his upgraded item, that Triforce, giving him a little bit more of everything, but Pun's going to take a tower on the top side. We need to find something for MVK to answer back with. Should just be a dragon.
And a really good cross map there from Pun to take that top wave as well. And MVK, they're going for that Drake.
Adding to the stacks, as they want to say that 10 minutes is when they'll get themselves a soul. But Pun just doesn't TP down, just keeps on pushing in the top side, just getting a huge amount of gold for himself. Just wants to, be a really strong carry rumble. Kratos bearing down on him, though, does make this a little bit hard to keep pushing because he simply does not do damage to the Ornn. vision control setup for Team Secret Wales, and they'll take a reset.
Yeah, good reset there. Obviously, a lot of cross-map plays happening at that time. Harky, though, the great barrage over the top, obviously giving that moment of vision too, and just sees those recalls from Team Secret Wales coming through. We do find ourselves with Team Secret Wales at 2k gold lead, 4 minutes till the next Drake. It's 2 Drakes aside, so great sequence of plays, and we are starting to get more vision control around that Baron pit, which is nice. It's what you want to see when that big, juicy objective is on the rift. Ooh, Guri, though, stunned up into a Tempered Fate. Carrix.
Yeah, he does have that invuln, though. Can he get out of this one? He can get to the team. They call him back in. Oh, Guri goes over the wall. Might have gone a little bit too deep, but he's able to flip back out. This is the power of Nefiri. It's a good equalizer into a great Genot punt charging forward. They desperately want Guri. They can't quite catch him, but they can find Harky, and that's an even greater prize. MVK, they're bleeding out. Guri desperately trying to heal up, trying to hide. He's going to be spotted on a blue trinket. Oh no, he's in trouble. If he goes down, it's an immediate Baron for Team Secret Wales. Jumps over the wall, stunned up, rooted up. He will fall down. Eventually, Pun will take him. That's going to be a Baron for Team Secret Wales. They turn the game on its head. Whoa, Sulong.
Just on the back end, decided,
I
want to die as well.
Sulong got hit by a car, apparently.
Yeah, Harky went down, so Sulong went down in sympathy as well. But as you say, Team Secret Wales, they won the fight. They chased Guri down and out, and they convert that into one of the freest Barons we're going to see here in the LCP, quite frankly. So now they have 5 members with that Baron buff. They're going to siege up and take this standing gold off the Rift. The mid lane tier 1 finally goes down, but D-Ray got such an excellent angle on Harky on the sort of middle of this fight, and it all started here, Carrix. BA getting that excellent stun onto Guri, that Tempered Fate. The invuln comes out and his toe gets another stun, so 3 separate pieces of CC onto Guri. And then he goes on that magical journey, but gets back out over the wall. And we see D-Ray. He's being chased by Kratos, but he was locked on. He was after Harky that whole time, and he got him as the rest of Team Secret Wales are chasing Guri. MVK, though, they know what's happening. They let Guri go to the walls. He's the sacrifice. D-Ray playing vision spectacularly. Just goes invisible, annihilates Sulong.
Hang on a minute. I'm not sure where we are. We're in the bot lane. There's another fight going. Guri's already down, and Team Secret Wales look to be putting this one to bed. They're 6k up all of a sudden, and I mean, this is why they're undefeated. As soon as they get an inch, they take a mile.
They were given a millimeter and they've taken 10 years. They've taken 20 parsecs. What has happened? Team Secret Wales find themselves nearly 7,000 gold up right now, Carrix. 3,500 on that Baron with a minute and a half left. I love how we were like, why are we going back to D-Ray? Who did he kill? What did he get? But like, we were in a replay and we went to live and we went to replay and we went to live because this is the VCS. Like you said, they scrap, they get messy, they fight, they're dirty, and it never ever ends. As Histo, spotted with that barrage from Harky, is forced to run a little bit further away before he can recall. But come with me on we'll breathe, we'll slow down a little. We'll take a look at where we are. We've reached the 30-minute mark, Carrix. Both teams have 2 Drakes. Team Secret Wales, however, they're up about 5 kills and they have the Baron, and we see it here again. Guri is just getting absolutely targeted. So many ults committed here for him. The equalizer, the curtain call, and there it is, D-Ray. Yeah, Chica nearly going down as well as part of, like, it almost would have been a bonus kill as we're back to live. They get the Scuttle Crab, they get the vision on the Baron pit, but the Drake is up. Surely they have to move down there and claim that one for themselves. Yeah, the mid lane is pushed up. They'll take it easy enough. They're not overly worried about the rest of the Rift right now. This will probably just be a free Drake, Carrots.
It will be. They're just going to shove the waves in with the last few seconds of their Baron. Then just walk over, take this one. There's no contest angle for MVK. They can't get close. That'll be soul point secured for Team Secret Wales. MVK does have a last chance saloon in 5 minutes when that Infernal Drake spawns. They have a hope. Oh no, D-Ray doesn't land that first spell. Can't quite assassinate Haki. But Haki's going to have to keep watching for that because there is going to be an invisible rabbit trying to kill him constantly.
I mean, we're watching it right now.
Yeah.
What is
Hitman,
D-Ray doing?
Agent 47 is like prowling. You gotta run. He's gonna make a chandelier fall on you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is Aurora an AP assassin or a mid lane mage? Because the way D-Ray is playing this right now is look at the equalizer. That's just 50% of Sulong's health bar gone. They really need to be careful of Team Secret Wales when they come together, when they're coordinated. Does that Baron power play resulted in nearly 4,000 gold diff over to Team Secret Wales, who are now in a commanding position, Carrix, but I can't write MVK off. I still feel like if they get the right fight, they could do it. Kratos, still so darn tanky.
Yeah, look, Kratos is a big problem, but at the moment, it just seems like they can walk past him, get rid of the rest of the team, and then slowly take out Kratos. Is Eddie having a bit of fun, just waiting for a second. It is pretty cool when the screen zooms out and you get like a real big view of the rift, so just enjoying it for a second.
I was going to say that. I'm like, oh, pun, you might be caught here, buddy. But I really like how we got the full curtain call experience. We were max zoom. We got every shot. There was nothing going on that we had to pan to. It was just, this is Jin ulting. And it was brilliant.
Tower turned off, taken down with that crystalline growth. Team Secret Wales continue to push the lead, 8k ahead. Looking pretty unstoppable. 40 seconds on Baron, and MVK just don't even have access to the top side of the rift. They can't even get vision down.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem. This is what we were alluding to earlier, right? Vision control is so important. It's such a high priority for you as a support. And if we do take a look at an undervalued statistic, one that I tend to focus on, vision control score. BA currently has 164, but Shulong only has 131. What that means is that BA is putting more wards down that live longer and is killing more wards, right? These are all things that contribute to that vision control score. And so with that vision, Team Secret Wales are able to move aggressively. They're able to retreat before MVK are able to get a play onto them. And it's these small plays, these small differences that lead to big advantages as ults go down.
His toe takes a big chunk, but he is Pantheon. He does have that GA as well. Guri lurking on the side. Can they get a little bit of damage down? Haki is doing so much work, but he can't do it. The assassin finds him. Target eliminated. Get back to base to Agent D-Ray. No, he's going to keep going. Has more in mind as Sulong chunked to 0. As Kratos, he's big tanky, but he doesn't have a team here with him. Just desperately wants to clear the wave. Doesn't even really get that done. This will be an in-hit tower down if Team Secret Wales wants it. But no, they're going to take the Baron instead.
Yep, get their second Baron for this game. And then by the time that they take this Baron, they'll probably just shove a couple of waves and then race down to pick up that dragon. And I have to imagine that MVK, they're going to try and contest the dragon at the very least. They will have their members back up and ready to go. TP being committed as well. So Team Secret Wales, they don't want to be caught unawares. They do want to be in a 5v5 at all times because Guri and Kratos, they're here. D-Ray's damage carrots.
D-Ray's damage. Burned him down. Oh, it doesn't get better. As let's have a look at this replay, Logan.
Yeah, the ults were committed early here. The equalizer, the curtain call, the tempered fate, his toe dives in. So MVK, they had all the tools they needed to turn this fight back around. D-Ray was mid-recall, but gets that deep flank angle that MVK just weren't ready for. And the timing, his toe stunned him up So D-Ray was able to hit with the full combo and wipe them out. Carrix, we're live.
We're back to live, and a few of MVK have gone down. They're missing a Chica, they're missing a Haki, and they're about to be missing a base. Team Secret Wales, it doesn't matter what handicap you give them, playing into a blind pick draft, they will still dominate. This is why they're undefeated in the LCP. This is why they are looking like a contender for the champion. As they will pick up game one, they will lock themselves even further ahead of the rest of the league. One more to end our night.
Team Secret Wales, whether they're playing from behind, on even footing, or the front, they will find a way to win. There is no obstacle that they have not overcome yet. The best any team has been able to do is take one individual game from them. And right now, it doesn't even look like MVK could do that if they keep this form. But I believe in this MVK, Carrix. They've done crazier things. They've cooked better comps. And I think they could take us to a game 3 here. But Team Secret Wales, they just look so good. They had the answers, and you said it. MVK had the draft. You would be surprised, and Team Secret Wales still won.
That they did. Team Secret Wales, they are just a class team. They are basically unstoppable. MVK, I think you engineered basically the best possible situation for yourselves, and I've got to respect that. Haki honestly looked really, really good on the Ezreal, but unfortunately, Team Secret Wales are just a gear above everyone else.
Yeah, and the stats tell. Look at the damage coming out of that Rumble as well. Look at the damage coming out of Aurora. I mean, Haki did his best. He out-damaged Eddie, who frankly played a good game, but a relatively, dare I say, quiet game. He was just that sort of AD threat that he needed to be, but he wasn't great in that moment. But the rest of the team absolutely were. D-Ray, the AP assassin on Aurora. Kratos, though, I still think Kratos played well. He had a great start. He kept Pun in check. It's when it went from the lane phase to the team fights that unfortunately just wasn't able to sort of come together here, Carrix. Guri's early aggression, Guri's early advantages, they also didn't seem to pay dividends. I really think that Team Secret Wales, they forced the slow play, and that mitigated a lot of MVK's early advantages, and then they came back.
Yeah, I feel like they knew exactly when the game suited them. It was around that 2-item level, that sort of mid-game spike. That's when they were starting to fight. They didn't let Chica scale. They didn't really let Haki scale. They basically just said, okay, we're favored in fights at the moment, if all things being even. So we just force fights over and over again, and we don't force fights when we're not favored. It sounds really simple, but that is just the mark of a really good League of Legends team, is you don't let the opposing team call the shot, and at no point, really, were MVK calling the shots. When Guri was trying to get aggressive, he was constantly walking into BA in his turf. MVK just didn't really have any agency this game.
Yeah, and you were calling it earlier too. BA on this Bard, he was just playing in MVK's face. He was not scared to run into 5 members because he knew he had that magical journey and he could get out. And it's this kind of team synergy. It's this kind of, Noah's know, if you will, that we can do these sorts of things that Team Secret Wales have been doing for too long. And the patience of D-Ray. He was able to go invisible and just snipe and assassinate people everywhere and anywhere. And this particular fight, Carrix, hands down, MVK should have been able to win this, right? Team Secret Wales burnt all of their ultimates early and got minimal value. But D-Ray turned it around.
Yeah, D-Ray had an incredible performance this game. If I had to pick an MVP of Game 1, I think D-Ray is in for that one, as he was doing absolutely apocalyptic levels of damage. I think Haki actually played a really good game. It's just, what do? What button is he meant to press? No one is surviving that. It doesn't really matter how good you are. D-Ray is always coming.
Yeah, D-Ray is relentless. D-Ray is never ending. D-Ray is a player of the match from previous games in this split as well. And multiple members of Team Secret Wales have been and are and still will be. And they find themselves up 1-0 against the VCS's MVK here tonight, Carrick's. And quite frankly, I'm really looking forward to game 2 because it felt like MVK had answers. It felt like MVK were competitive, right? But they had such a good draft in game 1. How can the draft get better for them in game 2? And how can the draft get worse for Team Secret Wales in game 2? I don't see it happening. So I feel like MVK, they're going to need to build a very particular composition, maybe like a pick composition here, Carrick's. What do you think? Would you say a pick or a sort of front to back?
I would like to just see them. I always, when you're an underdog, you pick something with a clear identity. Go really heavy pick, or just go team fight circles. I think that's the best way to do it. It's an uphill fight, though. I'm going to be real. If you can't win with that game 1 draft, I struggle to see you winning with any other draft. But they were competitive in the early game. But we'll just have to see how they do in game 2 once we're back.
Yeah, for sure. We are going to go to a break right here, right now, because here in the LCP, we are made for this, and we'll be right back with Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series. See you soon. All right, we are...
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
On. Showdown. Duro. Taki. Mako. The hands. Kino. Vista. Mikix, Duro,
哦
Mako, the hands, Duro, Taki, Vesta, Woody, Duro, Taki, Mako, Shulong, Ang, Woody, Kino, Ang,
哦
Taki, Kino, Woody, the hands.
And we are back after an amazing game one here between Team Secret Wales and MVK. We find ourselves getting ready for draft for game 2 here tonight, Carrick. But I feel like MVK, they're up against it. They got the dream draft in game 1, and I'm wondering how they can pull something back here in game 2, even with first pick. Do you have any thoughts or feelings on this one, mate? Yeah, so as we go through the motions, we're getting a look at these teams here. We've got MVK, they're just getting ready, which you love to see. Lots of smiles all around, the mentals, because these guys, they've won and lost before, and this will not be the first or the last time. But the draft ahead will be interesting because obviously a couple of the better picks, a couple of the meta picks have been taken away now that we've gone through this game 1, and those fearless bans, they start to kick in. Right? You never see the same game twice, which is really, really nice. But Carricks, what are your thoughts on this game 2? What do we think MVK can do here to kind of come back after that game 1? Because it looked like they had the potential.
Look, I think they showed some really bright spots. I think Haki, I've said it before, I think he just played a really good Ezreal game. He just was so far behind on a team level where they couldn't stop D-Ray getting on top of him, and D-Ray was so far ahead that he just couldn't do anything. I don't know what they can do because I think they had the perfect draft in game 1. They looked really confident in the early game. They just need to navigate the mid game, but that's the hardest part, right? That's what sets these teams apart, is you can scrim the first 15 minutes of the game hundreds of times. You know exactly what you're going to do for the first 15 minutes. And then at 20 minutes, you actually need to make some really hard decisions. And that's where Team Secret Wales just pulled ahead in game 1. Ashe being banned out, I like that. We don't want to let Haki and Sulong play Ashe Seraphine.
Yeah, like you said, Haki played a fantastic game on that Ezreal, so it makes sense that Team Secret Wales, they're going to keep respecting the player, they're going to keep respecting the hands, and make sure that he doesn't have access to those sort of top tier, those meta AD picks right now, which we do know Ashe is on the up, especially when paired with that Seraphine. So we've said it before, we'll say it again a million times more. You ban Ashe, you kind of soft ban that paired up Seraphine because, you know, these supports and these AD carries, they're typically a duo. There's definitely a better pairing, a more preferred duo, if you will, and pulling one part away removes the other. Nocturne banned. I mean, it's a VCS derby. You would expect a Nocturne to be banned because both teams so capable, so confident. You know, Nocturne is almost a core part of the identity of any Vietnamese team, wouldn't you say, Carricks?
Interestingly, it is a lot of these teams. It's GARM especially, though. I think Nocturne is an interesting one in that It's both incredibly Vietnamese, but it's also just very strong on the patch, so not too surprised to see it getting removed. Vi first pick, I actually really like this. Is one of the better junglers still available, and also just leans into very strong game plans. It's not hard to know what to do on a Vi.
It also forces Team Secret Whales into a position of, do they pick the Ahri to prevent that Ahri-Vi combo that we also saw that same strategy come through in our first match of the series? Or do they let it through? Do they risk giving over that Ahri-Vi combo to MVK? Because, again, it's so powerful. But Team Secret Whales, it doesn't even look like they're toying with the idea of picking up that Ahri. It looks like they're going for, dare I say, their top or jungle with like Trundle, Skarner, Hovers. I mean, they do. Oh, Trundle locked in Carrix.
Yeah, a pick that has been creeping its way back into the meta. We saw Shadow use it to great success last week. Keen to see it again as well. Playing a short-range composition into this, really, really difficult. You can't dive a backline as Vi if you're going to get a pillar brought up on you and all of your resistances ripped away by Trundle.
Yeah, that's not a backline you want to go into, and Trundle's ready to just go whack, like punish you severely. So we're going to have to see something from MVK to complement this dive that Vi is going to be bringing. And so far, with that the Nocturne, and J4 banned away, it would just be interesting to see what MVK pick up. Annie banned away as well. They don't want Chica having that sort of mid lane wombo combo one shot. Akali taken away from D-Ray. We do know he's a bit of a monster on that Akali in the mid lane. Look at this fan art. My God, that's talented. The skill of these fans to draw these things. Oh, goodness me. But Ahri is still up, interestingly enough. No team has banned her, nor has any team picked her. That could be interesting.
It certainly could be. It's not necessarily a super high priority pick for these players. There's no Aria here where it would be a super obvious pick, but linking up with the Vi, I wouldn't mind seeing Chica go for that one. Can be a little bit difficult to play into Nautilus, so he can just kind of put the ult on you, follow it up with a hook, and it doesn't matter how many dashes you have. That's all point and click. So maybe slightly risky. I still think it's not a bad pick. There are a lot of mid laners available though. Ryze and Orianna are banned out, so never mind on those ones. Yeah, Ahri, yeah, good call.
Yeah, definitely a higher prio with the bans and the ones picked in the previous game here. So not only is it a decent pick with what's left, but it's also a great, take away from MVK. But they had their chance to pick her in their first round. So I'm interested to see what they're plotting. I feel like that was all part of their plan as they do grab that Cassiopeia. I almost think I would have preferred Twisted Fate because he could have TP'd in sort of with Vi at the start or the fight and Vi could follow, get that stun. Because I'm still failing to see how MVK is going to follow Vi in on those deep ultimates, Carrix.
This is an interesting one as Cassiopeia and Gnar to round out the draft. Gnar mostly blind. Yeah, this isn't safe. Pun can lock Vayne on you. We can't be blinding Gnar anymore.
And definitely not into Pun. As the hover of the Vayne, but now the hover of the Malphite. The Malphite locked in? Into Gnar?
Yeah, look, it's not a fun lane, but he gets through it and then... I mean, how do you stop a Malphite in this comp? You don't have any really good mobility to dodge the rock.
Yeah, that's a mountain that will hit you. And I don't know how well you survive getting hit by a mountain when you're Cassiopeia, Lucian, Milio. Like, even Vi's going to have to go kind of like a bruiser build to live that unstoppable force that is going to land in the, like, that's their backline access. Suddenly Malphite has backline access, right? I feel like Team Secret Whales has the draft. They have the comp for this one, Carrix, and MVK's speaks to me of disconnection. MVK's, I mean, I don't want to harp on about it, but there is no follow-up for Vi. Vi is going in on her own here, Carrick, and that could just be disastrous if it's a long range go in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if he goes super deep, there's not a huge amount of follow-up unless they play really well around the Gnar bar. That's the constant thing with Gnar, is if he's in Mega Gnar form, it's totally a dive buddy. He goes in, you land the Gnar on top of it, but if you ever go in and he's not in Mega Gnar, yeah, he's not doing much. What is good to see with the Ahri picked away, they go the Cassiopeia. That is also a really good follow-up on the Vi ult. It's not quite as good as the Vi Ahri, but you Vi ult, you put the Miasma under them, they can't really do anything, and you should be able to get reasonably easy kills onto someone like Dire, or at least burn flashes. It's certainly an interesting team comp. I kind of think I would have preferred the Vayne for Pun, but the Malphite, I mean, it does the job.
Yeah, like you said, it'll be a bit of a tougher fight for Pun in the early game. That Vayne would have been a spectacular pick and bring an extra level of damage to Team Secret Whale's comp. But I also think it's an acknowledgement that they needed a bit more of a tankier front line. Yeah, they got Nautilus, but Trundle's not really the tankiest. So I feel like MVK could have kind of burnt through him. Malphite just makes it that much harder, and they can protect their backline. But we are finally on the Rift for Game 2 of tonight's best-of-3 match between Team Secret Whales and MVK. Good hook.
Yeah, Haki taking a hook early. Going to get chunked out here. Definitely don't want that. Couldn't trade back into the Aftershock BA. So the early scuffle, 1 out for Team Secret Whales, but it's still the race to level 2 that really matters. But it looks like Team Secret Whales, oh no, MVK do get level 2 first, but not in a position to really abuse it. So when the level 2 comes in, there's a threat of a hook. Good dodge by Haki, but they still have to play very respectfully.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's nothing stopping B just walking out and autoing and getting that passive as well, which we've seen Nautiluses do time and time again. But it was a really great trade. Like, we see it, flash, auto.
Yeah. Oh, a hook lands onto Milia. Sulong has to flash away. Team Secret Whales just flexing early.
Yeah, this is the Team Secret Whales that I think we're all used to seeing, that they're so aggressive and they win their lanes that hard. Right now, you know, a gold advantage has been eked out for Eddie. Both junglers in MVK's bot side. Guri, moving cautiously, understands that, you know, this blue buff is going to go over to Histo. Histo gets this with the smite and backs away. That early invade could set Guru behind just a little bit here. And Haki finding his way back to that bot side after a quick recall. And I do see that, oh, D-Ray.
Takes a lot of damage there from Chica. Chica out of mana though, so D-Ray can stick around as he just has that mana advantage. Just has to play a little bit respectfully, but still should be able to get this wave into Crash unless Guri has something to say about it in like the next 20 seconds or so, which I don't think is going to happen because he will just go for his crab.
Yeah, exactly. Just keep the regular sort of jungle pacing going. Kratos getting that early advantage against Pun as we expected. And I mean, we saw it in game 1, right? Kratos solo boloed Pun. Who knows? We might even see it here again in game 2. But D-Ray does pick up that Dark Seal on the first back. Great hook from BA.
Yeah, it does kind of get a little bit robbed there because he got stopped by the terrain, so couldn't get the follow-up auto, kind of loses out on the trade. But the Aftershock kept him fairly safe as Guri just continuing to farm. Doesn't feel like there's anywhere on the map he needs to be other than a Krug camp.
And I mean, if that's not the best thing as a jungler, I don't know what is, right? You're allowed to be left alone to your own devices, to farm up, to get those angles, to get those ganks. There's a little bit of top lane training, top lane trading. I'm not sure I'm talking about training. Kratos going for that Mega Gnar, though.
He has to play a little bit safe as Pun is able to just kite back. Doesn't land the boomerang. Kratos goes into Mega form, but Pun has the shield, has the Comet, and can just continue being a very, very annoying rock.
Very tanky, very annoying rock, as you say, Carrix. That Gnar bar winding down, and Pun navigated that one beautifully, though. So this Gnar will be exhausted. Won't be able to start building that bar up for a little bit yet. And that mid lane trading is still happening. Histo in the area on this Trundle. I do like that we're seeing a Trundle. It's not the most pick champ in the LCP.
There's a door
BA
in that
here.
bush.
That's- yeah.
If you go down to the river
jump
today,
scare.
you're in for a big surprise.
And it's called Lawless.
Nothing ends up happening, just clears out the ward. Chica not too happy about that one when you get your ward cleared 1 second after you place it. It's not a very fun feeling. Probably not going to get punished for it super early.
Yeah, no, they do have that control ward there as well, so they do maintain that vision critically. So D-Ray feeling safe, feeling comfortable and confident there, no matter how well Chica is trading into him. And we do see those ultimates starting to come online. D-Ray, Chica, and Kratos so far. Pun following closely behind. There it is. And now the threat of a giant mountain crashing in on top of you is very, very real. D-Ray lands the charm. Just getting a little bit of poke there, though, Carrick's. But look at the CS in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's a bit one-sided as Guri is here in the mid lane. Ooh, Chica doesn't land the Petrifying Gaze there, just short on the range as there's a lovely hook. Sulong not able to deny that with the Mega Inferno kick. So they are sent packing under tower, and as we were about to go on to, yeah, Eddie is having a bit of a time in the bot lane. Oh, hang on a second. There's the Rock going in onto Pun. He's giving him a clap. 1, 2. Can he get a Q? Oh, there's the flash forward. There it is. Roll the Rock. Take him down. We go immediately, and we go straight back to the mid lane as a pillar is up. Chica's in trouble, and his toe gets the second.
Pun styling on Kratos gets first blood and the solo bolo. Team Secret Whales then win in the mid lane, getting Chica, and it looks like they've won in this bot side, forcing Haki and Shulong to retreat. They are deep under the turrets of MVK here, Carricks. Yeah, Team Secret Whales, this is a much stronger start coming out of them here in this game too, nice and early. That Drake is up on the Rift, and it looks like Kratos' Narbar, yeah, that bar was empty. He was exhausted. He had no way of building it up, and Pun knew it. He took maximum advantage here, even gets the flash, and then Q's runs away immediately, knows he's already got the kill. And we see this, his toe, just beautiful timing. D-Ray lands that charm, which keeps Chica around. Nothing Chica can do here. Just clean as you please. And as I said, as we went into the replay, Drake on the Rift, MVK, they cleaned that one up. So first Drake over to MVK, Carricks.
Yeah, they use the sort of prio they get from the respawns and the resets. They're on full health. They can come get the consolation prize of the dragon. Team Secret Whales, not too worried about that one, I can assure you. And just a little bit of disrespect there, I think, from MVK. Kratos, we have to be flashing Malphite ults. It doesn't feel good to press flash on a Malphite ult, but when you're on half health and you're mini-nar, you got to flash it. Just gets caught out. Still burns the flash anyway, so he probably dies again when Unstoppable Force is back up.
Yeah, exactly. Unstoppable Force is just... if you don't have flash, it's so hard to avoid, especially if you don't have a dash, right? So, like, I suspect Lucian is probably going to be one of the hardest for Pun to hit with this ultimate, even without that flash, but he's going to be the target, so he's going to be forced to flash. And we take a quick look at those CSs, right? Eddie is stomping Haki in that bot lane, nearly has a full level of XP over him, nearly has a full level over him. I don't know why I said it that way. As his toe, he does take these grubs as well, so... Team Secret Whales, at 9 minutes, they're nearly 2,000 gold up. Guru, though.
Yeah, in we go. But D-Ray, the Petrifying Gaze didn't land. The Miasma wasn't there. D-Ray's able to just ult away. Doesn't even burn his flash. The combo just didn't work. His toe doesn't even have to go and help. Just picks up grubs.
And sometimes it's as easy as that, right? It's about proactively moving away or toward. All you need to do, and I say this as a silver, mind you, all you need to do is dodge the skill shot. And sometimes, though, it is that simple. As we see his toe
There's
going
the Unstoppable Force. In goes his toe and brings down the bat. There's no skill shot to dodge there. That's just death brought to you by Pun. No flash, no dodge. You've got nothing you can really do. Go into the bot lane. They get another tower play. It gets worse and worse. Team Secret Wales are running away with this one already.
Yeah, look at the 9-minute mark. They were 1.8. At the 10-minute mark, they're at 2.6. That's 600 gold per minute. I expect them to be nearly 3K by the 11-minute mark, but no one's here to listen to maths, Carricks. We're here to watch League of Legends as Pun makes good his escape and does his bit to contribute to the gold. BA, great hook. Haki had already ultimated.
Yeah, having to use a cleanse and the ult, and oh no, as you can't get over the wall when his turn body blocks you. Guri gets beat to death with a big bat.
I'm going to need to say replay of that because what? Guri must have been just caught so deep. No ultimate. Flash forward from BA. Sulong able to escape though, Carricks.
Oh, but here we go. Pillar coming in. Sulong gets chomped. As no cozy campfire will heal up the big bite that his toe just took out of him. And yeah, Team Secret Wales, they're a good team. They're a real good team.
You saw it here first, LCP fans. Team Secret Wales is a good team. And at the 11-minute mark, I calculated 3,000 gold lead. Team Secret Wales heard that and went, challenge accepted. It's nearly 4,000 gold at the 11-minute mark here, Carricks. Team Secret Wales is putting on a clinic. Yeah, exactly. Is putting on a clinic. They are 5-0, and Chica is sent packing. Did ult as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure what just happened to him. There's not going to be a replay of it because we'll have to see this. Really good play here by his toe. Just body blocked with a Q. Guri thought he could Q over the wall, but can't.
Yeah, I mean, really clean sort of positioning from his toe there as well. He knew the conditions for the escape. And if Vi had decided to Vault Breaker back towards his red buff, he would still be deep in Team Secret Wales jungle and still get caught out. So like that was the one option, and Histo shut it down, closed it out. Histo's already 4-0, already has a 400 gold bounty too. So if MVK are able to lock him down, oh, okay. He danced. BA danced. I
said BA is a psychopath. He knows what he's doing, and in goes the rock. Chica's caught out, charmed up, will be taken down momentarily. There is maybe a blast cone, but Pun just says there's no hope here. Denies even hope. Chica taken down for his second death. The tower under siege. BA will throw out the ult. I think the distance is a little bit too far to follow up, but it doesn't matter because Team Secret Wales are 5K ahead at 13 minutes. This is an absolute shellacking.
Yeah, it's like game one was a warm-up. Team Secret Wales were like, oh, we'll test the waters. We'll see what happens when our opponents get an absolutely banging draft. And then game two, they're like, all predicted the flash.
Well, it goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, Carricks. Yeah, 7-0. So right now, okay, Team Secret Wales, I believe it's the perfect game when it's like 7-0 and no objectives, but MVK, they do have one Drake.
Yeah, it's
so
not
quite
quite
if
a
I'm
perfect
wrong.
game. Not a perfect game.
Yeah. Oh, look, not as good as SHG. Oh, well, Team Secret Wales, pack it in. Yeah. SHG, perfect game.
That's very true, but look, Team Secret Wales, they're not far off it, as it is, just the dragon separating them in a perfect game at the moment as BA on the walk. Let's have a look at the replay here, because, Haki, you are a little bit overextended, to be fair. Should not be that far up. Lovely flash predict from BA. That's why we talk about him as such a high-level support. He is consistently been one of the best Vietnamese supports, and he is, in my opinion, the best support in the LCP. And he's putting that on display as in they go, trying to get Eddie. But it doesn't matter when Pun comes in and says, I'll show you who's got the real culling. D-Ray going under tower. One more dash. Gets the charm in. A damage onto Sulong. Cleans him up. Team Secret Wales, do you have somewhere to be? They've got dinner booked.
This is I gotta check this because this is on track to be one of the fastest games we've seen in the LCP so far, Carrix. Right now, Team Secret Wales are putting on an absolute clinic, and it just doesn't look like there's anywhere. Like they're on the roam again. They're going for another gank, Carrix.
And he's exhausted. He doesn't really have any tools to get away. He can jump over the pillar in a little bit, but that just doesn't matter. He can try and get away. But Kratos, we burn the flash for what? As we go down with 0-3, it gets even worse. The recall just completes there, getting Chica away from a big scary rock. As yeah, they haven't ended the game yet, but we're on track for a very quick one.
Yeah, I hate to say it. I feel bad, actually. When Kratos just died there, you know when something happens and you're like, oh, God, and you're like, you close your eyes and just hope it's not happening to you, Carrix?
Too long?
Oh, God.
I don't know why we're here, but does actually manage to make it work. A good kick there. Does keep Pun away. Burns the Malphite's flash. You know what? Sulong, high-level play.
Sulong lived, yes! Okay, so hear me out. The fastest game in LCP history is 22 minutes and 20...
Sulong does not live, by the way, as they've caught on to the rest of MVK. Chica, the next one to fall to Pun's wrath. 2 more kills. Sorry, do continue. It was very rude of Team Secret Wales.
Team Secret Wales, can you not? I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to educate the listeners here, the viewers, the watchers, about how fast these games wrap up as his toe's going for Kratos again.
Yeah, does gnaw him away with the hop. Should be able to get away. There's no Malphite ultimate, so we'll get to the safety of his tower. Well, I say safety. It's not that safe. As his toe going to come in again, dodges the wallop. MVK is collapsing, but Kratos already half health. Pun, not really able to get into this one. Still doesn't have that Malphite ult. Kratos very low. This is a 4v2, by the way. Turning into a 5v3. Chica lands the hook. Gets hooked, I should say. As Chica goes down, I did see a little bit of grooving. In comes the Battle Herald. Get here, Kratos. You're mine. Says BA, hunts him down, his toe will take the kill, and Team Secret Wales, they're just having fun with it.
Pun danced mid-fight, Carrix. What is Team Secret Wales doing right now? It's, oh my goodness. And then riding the Rift Herald in, I genuinely thought he was going to ride it in, crash into the tower, and then auto to like lock them down, but he didn't even need to do that. He just hit them with the knock up, and that was enough. And on the other side, we see D-Ray. Oh, he dodges preemptively. Nothing can be done.
Yeah, and then it was just the collapse coming in. This Cassiopeia has not worked at all. They're not playing on the same page. I don't think I've seen a Petrifying Gaze land. We have to come back to live because there's another catch coming in. Guri caught out. You're not... No, there's a line of walls around your base. You're not allowed past those, mate. This is a no-go zone.
Please, Team Secret Wales, put MVK out of their misery and end this game as fast as you can. My goodness, it just... Oh, right. So, okay, so I was saying before, the fastest game ever in the LCP was 22 minutes, 29 seconds. They are 4 minutes off of that. And at the rate they are going, 12,000 gold lead, 15-0, 5 turrets to none. Carrix, I have to believe they can beat it. Seal's telling them to close this game out and close it out now.
It's one of those things where I actually think Seal is saying the opposite. I think Seal is saying, no, do this properly. We don't need to rush. Just take your time. Wait for Baron. Use that to push the game ending. And all of the players are saying, no, I'm bored. I want to go on to the next thing to do. Because, look, this game is almost unlosable. This is one of those games where it's 99.999% won. They do need to close it out, though, and the only way you throw is by rushing.
Yeah, and I mean, they could absolutely throw at Baron as well. Baron is a great equalizer, but Pun is in this bot side just getting that tier 2 turret unanswered right now. Harky doing his best. That's a 4-level difference. You're going into a tank build Malphite. I just don't think Harky's got the answers, even with that Essence Reaver. Look at the item difference. Eddie has 3 completed items to Harky's 1.5. It's wallet diff, it's shutdown diff, it's Team Secret Whales is able to be anywhere and everywhere, and they are collapsing on the Baron.
They're going to take
MVK know. Absolutely they are. MVK know. That's why the wards are there. They're watching them do it.
I mean, like, Team Secret Whales, they're happy either way. You can fight us at Baron and we'll win the fight and win the game, or we'll just take the buff. Up to you, MVK, as in comes the teleport. Pun throws himself onto the backside, lands onto both Harky and Chica. In they come. Petrifying Gaze does land, but Dire able to keep the party going. Charm misses, so Chica will escape. There's a big Pop Blossom as well, not Pop Blossom, Blast Cone to get them away. His toe now onto Kratos, throws up the Yumi emote. He knows. Oh no, 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 no! As he throws himself onto the fire, and Team Secret Whales could just return to the Baron, as his toe seems to think they should. And there it is, the call's made. Baron it is.
Yeah, that was really good. Pun altered into 3, nearly 4 members of MVK, driving them, pushing them back, knowing he's nigh on unkillable. He has, look at the damage Malphite did, my goodness! And D-Ray nipping at his heels, and unfortunately MVK didn't even come close to the top 3 damage dealers of Team Secret Whales. But they are trying to get something back on the other side of the rift here. MVK look to crack this bot side tier 1, and D-Ray will show up just a little bit too late. Am I gonna? Oh, that was close, Carrick.
That was very close. That was really, really close. But doesn't save the tower. We now truly have no perfect game. It's not just the dragon. It is a tower as well. But it's 16-0, Logan. This is getting real rough.
Yeah, I feel like Team Secret Whales need to close this one out sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, at the pace they're going, they will not win the fastest game ever, which was CFO versus DFM in April of this year. But they'll come awfully close to it, unless they win in the next 27 seconds. But yeah, Baron, maybe, but yeah.
I don't think so. I think, unfortunately, they won't break that record, but they'll certainly break the hopes of MVK. I was saying the only team that might be able to stop Team Secret Whales going undefeated was MVK, because Vietnamese teams just seem to match up like that against each other. But Team Secret Whales have shown that, no, they will be ending the split undefeated. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Kratos with that late TP was trying to get something done on the top side, but 5 members of Team Secret Whales are here. They've taken the inhibitor turret, they've taken the bot side inhibitor, and they will get the mid inhibitor turret and inhib and continue to siege. They still have a minute and a half left, Carricks. Fights are brewing.
Fight is brewing as Kratos jumps forward but can't land. There's the unstoppable force immediately onto the backside. The damage is perfect. Look at it raining across the team. The pillar to try and stop them even getting onto the fountain. They'll all get there, but Hitso will have a dance. Pun's been dancing all game, and Team Secret Whales, they weren't far behind that fastest game record.
Team Secret Whales win tonight's second best of 3 matchup, 2-0 in a clean sweep against MVK Esports. They're doing the respectful fist bumps, the GGs, thanks for playing, it was a good time, and they're gonna take their bow of it. Carricks, no matter which way you cut it, that second game was not even close.
No, it wasn't. That was a brutal dismantling of MVK in Game 2. I think MVK in Game 1, there were some bright spots. I do think there's some things you can take away there. Harky, he's a good player. That ADC has a lot of a bright future ahead of him. Let's say it that way. But unfortunately, tonight was a very, very dark night as a whale eclipsed the sun.
A big whale indeed. breached the ocean. It got some airtime, and it was just like, no, there will be no surviving when we come back down. And that's exactly what happened. As we see BA, he's in good spirits. He's absolutely loving it. And let's take a look at the damage done. That's a 15k gold lead, 10 turrets to 2. Pun on a tank. Malphite did the most damage out of everyone, Carrix. What is that even?
Yeah, Malphite does a lot of damage on damage charts when he's landing 3 or 4 man ults every fight, when he's just able to press E and hit 4 people every time. And Pun's pretty good, it turns out. Like, I don't know if we've talked about this. He's not bad.
Yeah, no, I've heard of Pun, the top laner, before. And yeah, absolutely no kills dropped, right? So, like, it was just Team Secret Wales, they started early and they kept on going. They did not let MVK find an avenue in. They kept the initiative. They kept on ganking even when they were ahead. And that's how they really drove it home. His toe was so proactive on this Trundle. The pillars were excellent and just it made it a nightmare, quite frankly, for Kratos in that top laner. And here he is with player of the match with an 11 KDA in that second one. Like, game 1 was good, but game 2 out of his toe was great, Carrix.
I totally agree. I think there was a lot of contenders for player of the match, but I like that one going to his toe, bringing the Trundle out. Really just pocket pick that's starting to come back into the meta. Love to see it, and he played it to perfection.
Yeah, really can't fault him. He was everywhere he needed to be when he needed to be there. He was patient with his pillars, so they got maximum value. He didn't just open with them and then his opponents could escape. And we see it here again. This time, Pun getting that first blood solo bolo on Kratos. He was like, I remember what you did to me in game 1. I'm going to get you back for that. And Kratos just had no answer. He was forced to flash the wall, gets that Q, and down he goes. I love the highlights when they do him dirty and they zoom in on him, Carrix.
I love when you get the angle and you can see the rock coming. Just no. Nothing that can be done. Your death note is signed. That was a really great predict there from BA. Not much Haki can do when you're up against a Nautilus quite like that. I was saying in game 1, BA plays every champion like it's Nautilus, and then he plays Nautilus like it's really Nautilus.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry. Did D-Ray have, like, premonition? Because he threw out the Q, and as soon as he threw it, he turned back before any sign of MVK was even there. Like, he must have read the map and seen members of MVK missing and said, you know what? I bet they're in this bush. And he was right. Like, the game sense, the game knowledge of these professionals is just, frankly, out of control.
I love this. We're not aiming for the tower. As in he goes, takes out Kratos. Love to see it. And you can tell that Team Secret Wales were having a bit of fun in this game. This is something I really love about this team. You know, Pun was dancing. His toe at the end of this game was dancing as well. This isn't a team that when they win, they're not afraid to sort of revel in it a little bit. They're not super held back. They're not disrespectful. I don't want to, like, say anything like that. They are respectful, but they do revel in their victories, and I love to see that.
Yeah, and what else we love to see is 2 matches done and finished. CFO took tonight's first match series 2-0 against Ground Zero Gaming in our PCS derby, and then the second matchup, Team Secret Wales remain undefeated, beating MVK 2-0 in tonight's second matchup here, Carrix. Look, 6-0, that's a hell of a record.
It really is. They have been completely unstoppable. I think they've only lost, 2 games on the way as well? It's 2 or 3. They look completely untouchable. I think they are literally untouchable in terms of not finishing first on the ladder. Team Secret Wales, someone's got to come up with something to beat them.
Yeah, Team Secret Wales has literally only lost 2 individual games, one against SHG and one against CFO. That is it as we go to these updated player of the match standings, and more players are hitting that 2-time player of the match. His toe taking his second here tonight as well. So really well deserved from them. And it's getting really, we've got MVK and Team Secret Whales with 2 members each, Garm with 1, and SHG's Marble with 1 as well. So these player of the matches, they're like recognition of standout individuals across match series. But enough about the games that were. Let's look ahead, Carricks, to Sunday night's matches. It's DFM versus Relove DCG for our first matchup tomorrow night, followed by SHG versus GARM Esports as well. So that'll be some fantastic best of 3 quality content, Carricks. Who have you got favored in those matchups?
I think DCG's the favorite in the first one, but I think the second one is actually really interesting. GARM, I'm low-key saying I think they might win tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, they are on equal footing with SHG. I'm a fan of SHG personally. I think that they will beat GARM, though I have enjoyed them for many, many years. SHG are on the rise, and as you said, I think Relove DCG will take the matchup against DFM. But enough about talking about tomorrow night. We are done. We are dusted. Thank you so much to everybody for watching. I've been Logan. That's been Carricks, and we'll see you all tomorrow night, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.